大体言おう思ったら日笠陽子が人気あった。あだねマイヤー金使いより元からイブカさんでした。なんでソニーが参加しごめんイブカさんのご用で書いてある。これや書いてあるのよ。大体私は元々フレブリーでした。大きかね以上に小松優香小松優香さん要は小松優香の限り私真ん中から SNS やってたね。フリーとかねフリーとかさボバゲとかそうやってたらやめて当時辻君とさトラブルになってしまうそうって原因は水はです水は原因やったらこいつか水色自分のお父さん言うやっぱりなもう世界おかしいなと思ったよね。バカやと思う。やっぱ3局のスパイやったら俺かかってたら呼ばれてるでさ田中明子でさ捜査受けたわ。FBI 来てたよさ警視庁本部であれおい二之湯委員長来た。発信源が滋賀県もう突き止めたよさ。俺言ったよ本部長にお前たちもいいやってるかってさ。いやそんなことじゃ大土県が捜査受けます捜査受けますか捜査受けます地形の関係滋賀県にさ捜査受けますマジ捜査受けますよいやこれよう詳細な話なんですよ。おかしいなと思ったらさなんかおかしいもう3局に言われた7区とよう面会してるわけ朝陽子君だしさ痛いの森川どうし言い出しもさ痛いのライブギャラクシー2010さなんで本人たちごめんクライサクス気をつけろってことじゃん最前列座るのさ知ってましたさ気をつけろ政府の手先手先はクライサクスからです一体気をつけろって言ったよ何よこっちの子お前が
lives at the edge of chaos, who shakes things up, thrives on uncertainty, thrives on chaos. A quantum leader is filled with compassion, and a quantum leader feels called to lead, called to serve. There's a sense of purpose, a sense of higher leadership. A quantum leader is assured he exists to serve others and to serve the world. We need to serve the world.
やっぱり田辺一家がかもしれない俺はね水上がんのそうだとばっちいくらさ来てたよめていいよ俺ね
Well, there's no simple answer to the issue of asymmetric attacks on democracy. The point being that you can disrupt elections in democratic elections in a democratic country is rather difficult to do it in authoritarian regimes as they really don't have.
残念だったな本物サイト荒らしたって
So what are you going to do when you are attacked?
やっちまったら厚生労働省お前ら解体危機やかなり広い子お前やっぱり三極によって共謀してやったやろ田中一子お前が暴言電話
electoral college system, some states had far more weight. I think we need to look at the kind of electoral systems we have and make sure that we get broad representation rather than simple binary decisions. We need to think about our asymmetric.
ここにいるからねさあこういうの本当あったじゃんお会いした方いるねビルダーバーグの関係がいますよここに実はこれアメリカのビルダーバーググループのメンバーエグゼクティブじゃなくてメンバーですよごめんね笑えんこの90 ここを見てくれ。この方もごめんね、私も言ってたのよ。ごめんね、まだねえ、この時点で終わってやらんさ。ごめん、もうビルダーバーググループにそんなもんよ。そんなもんやで。だからね、みんなはこんな見てこれは知ってます。言ってたって言った。ねえ、まあシカゴだ。いや、言ってたしさ。ごめん、ジョージアとかこういう気候シカゴ行ってたよ。このね。
Silicon Valley provides a unique ecosystem, basically in some sense a network of having a very strong university that's very applied, that is all about working with the real world, doing basic research and then trying to put that basic research into the society. An important thing I think is also that it's a social network of sharing. Is that basically California there is no conflict, so people move around freely, and this means that the flow of innovation is much faster. The other important thing is the size, the critical mass. Again, of very large amounts of talent, so that companies can be scaled up very quickly. For example, my own experience, I started working with Pinterest when there was less than 200 of us. 3 years later, there is a few thousand of us. And company culture, everything didn't live was the new people. And then I think the last thing is that universities as well as kind of companies focus less on protecting their IP and really trying to move as fast as possible. Because if we think about innovation, innovation is about moving fast. And it's not so much about building kind of building walls and figuring out how to do the next step very carefully. It's really about running and iterating fast. If we run and iterate fast, then the success will be there and kind of little details don't matter that much. And I think this is important from the viewpoint of university, letting the research be put in the public domain and really benefit the environments in which the university's professors operate, as well as in terms of companies sharing the information and flow of people with each other. So there is, for example, in Silicon Valley, a lot of different seminars, people from one company visiting the other company, sharing quite openly, what they are doing, writing academic papers, again, talking about the various products, so that people are up to date and the entire system can help each other in terms of making the most innovation and the most progress in the short amount of time. Because I think the question is not can we innovate, but the question is, or can we invent something, but the question about innovation is can we be the first ones to do something. So it's as much about the speed as it is about the
時代は終わったってことで、逆に言うとね、七夕学経済良くなった。阪神大震災、あれはね、おめえ依頼した。ちょっとこだわりの潰し、食いつる。まあ私もびっくりした。
We had a really good discussion today. Reviving the European dream is what we really want. The next year will be the election for the European Union, for the Parliament of the European Union. And it is really important that there will be a strong mandate. One of the challenges we are facing at the moment is still the migration crisis. And also the priority of the Austrian presidency is security and the fight against illegal migration.
本部あれでさ、気づ
気づ
かなかったみんなさ、な
な
かったやろさ、なかったやろ、私も日本在のあれさし、そう、これが本物のビルダーバーググループですよ。あんな連中、こっちの連中ほっとけ。こで、こんなね、こんなね。やっちまったからね、あれのサイトはサザエリー賞ですごいですね、本当に。結成2年前結成60周年、すごいね、アニバーサリー。60 years アニバーサリー、す 晴らしいですね、本当に。なんかさ、でもことやん、本当に結成してさ、これは60周年、60周年さ、結成。だって合併した。これ野田佳彦さんでした。野田佳彦さんの左が畑見道夫さんです。池田優斗さんも政治チーム。自衛隊改革してたよさ、安全保障改革してたよ、軍隊し改革。要は陸曹の兵軍曹やったやんさ。こんなおまさにすごいわ。話が去った後にさ、すごいな、すごいな組織。井上さんすごいですね、本当に。まあこんなもんや。こうやって国際会議を開いてるから。こんな太平洋経済協力会議。こうやってアジア、インド、太平洋勢力拡大的や。こんなもんですよ。さあ、ちなみにちゃん、ありがとうね、報告。そんなもんや。水渡りで藤上舞ちゃん脅したのしてるぞ、ほら、脅したのしてるぞ。してるぞ。池澤春菜さんが一番被害です。一番被害です。これは許せんかった、俺も。古学に文句に政治家にこれはすごい分かってた。こうやって組織すごいよ。すごいね、60周年。すごいわ、結成して60。要はこの所長さん、ごめん、こいつ見合ってた。安保と。これ分かる？なんでカッコ書きおかしいと思ったやつ。普通日本国内閣さん、そう書かれるよ、そうクライス。やっぱりな。おかしい。ごめん、会長代行。ごめん、こいつやめてさ。やめてさ、ちょっと。だってなんなんさ、学習になりのさ。だよ、カッコ書きおかしいと思ったらさ、俺なんでやないかさ、俺でした。商業してさ、そうは交渉決定した。こいつの赤坂でやったよ。ダメだって言ったよ。だからダメやったらさ。何年だろう。パーだった。スタロー君と聖司君さ、オスカー君がさ、俺で分かる。実は格上で頼んだ。ここが聖司君そう動いてる。今度は何でも。やめろって言ったよ。ちょっとそんなしもだよ。あれね。そうやったさ。その会社輸入しさね。もうまだ決済混乱します。どうだろうしよ。もう許さんって言ったよ。ここが聖司切れちまったよ。動いちまったよ、和田アキ子さんね。動いたよ。ほんで NHK で無理やり紅白歌合戦強行開催し、和田アキ子さん切れてもってさ、ボイコットせって言ったよ。もう言ったよさ。こんな目でさ、ボイコット。ボイコット沙汰になりましたさ。いや、そういうことだ。井上か。井上かさ。やっぱり井上か。反省してよ。架空でやっちまった。こいつ全然反省しなかった。全然。何年の岸信介は死刑にしてさ、宇田武雄先生捕まえてさ、中谷さんさ、も助けましたさ。ごめん、ごめん、どちらかというと旧長間さ、あそこにはそうなめて。藤井は無関係や。あいつは元から長い目。かな。このJI のあだめ、トラモン三井だね。トラモン三井や。トラモン。かなりトラモン三井。要はガンダム水上のね、血のごめん。血の火曜日ですよ。安保クーデター。そうおかしいなと思ったさ。昔の建物こんな大事壊れるか。兵器だとさおかしいな。やっぱ公共も襲撃受けたマジかおかしい。多分ロッキードマン事件さ、広いと当時さ捜査受けたやつさ、
what we should not forget, by the way, is that you talk about European military intervention. That's why I like these
びっくりしたさあんな規模で後期も襲ってるやつさ
qualifications. There will always be
す
national
まんあれ
governments
全学年
who will
の人たち
decide
はそう守ってる
if
んですよ
those soldiers
すまん
will
こ
be
れそ
sent
んな
into
んです
harm's
み
way.
たいな
So
だからあえ
they
て
will
学生
not,
さびっくりした
I
学生
talk
どうぞ
about a
すまん
European
あ
command
の
and a
このまま
European
に
parliament
す
which
ごい
decides
子ら
this goes
あい
to
つ
the
らと戦
heart
争
of
して
the
た
sovereignty of
あい
nations,
つら
and those nations will
そっ
want
て
to
たよ
decide
三島
themselves.
行くよ
I
なんか
see
言って
the way out.
三島決起論せえって言ったやつあ
As
赤木団は撤回してさ
by President Macron of France, the European intervention
ね
initiative
ところが架空で小泉純一郎さんやりました赤木談話も
outside the EU,
胸乗り談話も撤回してそれやっちゃった
which you
より
will
岸
always
之助戦争だ
for
よーし
this kind of military operation.
思ったら小泉
Advantage of
岸之
coalition
嫌ってたから
willingness
さ
after Brexit, you can
架
keep
空でな安倍
Great
晋
Britain
三と
or
さあそうだはー
any more be
副大総裁抜擢したさあこれで
At the same time, PESCO, the
Okay,
Permanent
then,
Structured Cooperation, should of course
やっちまった
continue
よ
an important project, but
三
rather
脚
be
で勝ちましたさ
around
あ副大さあね
so
69
that
分です
would be
あ
my
あ
answer
こ
to
れ
the
が
question.
70%で
Does
す
Europe
俺が最
need
高
its
記録です
own army?
75%全治6割取っちまった7割近く取っちまったさあ小泉進次郎君にさ丸川と甘い子でさあ丸川と甘い子ねその後ね小泉進次郎ねあなたさ先送りしてる選対を源北条氏にさ神奈川県ね大統領選挙に勝ちましたさあバッターねさすごいこう潰してもらったよ黒い汚職は失脚したさいわゆる新横浜オリンピック事件そうあれオリンピック事件あれオリンピック前ねさ実はね延期になってたんやさこういうまあ言ったんやさ4月31日がさ8月の16日なってたんやところはゴジラの件ね中止よあれ分かる日なんもう何でもいいから請求書いいからもう請求書こらんがさびっくりした俺飛行機でさこらんでさみんな帰ってきて8万円か10万円来たやろさびっくりしたさ俺揉めたんだよ俺やめさいいんです玉も俺も乗れそう乗って避難してそういいって言ったよ言ったよほんでもう千葉経由でさもう会場に避難してさ言ったよみんなもう地下鉄に乗ってくれもう2万ユーロしましょう最後尾の駅に行ったよ避難させたよみんなさ急いで避難ベルナーフミルさんこう言いましたジュリエットバカなと思ったんやけどまああいつバカやとあいつ小坂に最初からあいつ下っ端やったこれみんなタラバタ革命日本海兵隊が立ちましたアメリカ海兵隊また再教育します5年間ですビオランテの年軍の結成親衛軍ねあれ元から予備役軍さドイツ連邦軍戦力基盤軍みたいなやっちまったさ今度ドイツ軍さもう一回ドイツの軍事体系参考にしようと言ってさ導入したんやさもう一回プロシア憲法さあれ使えさやれるって言ったんや大体みんなですね大体皇帝もね議会の事前承認大体どういうだから間違ってたんやさ是正したんや何年の天皇探しされたさ広いと死刑さ要は捕虜虐待の件でやった登場入れて捕虜虐待さ間違って言ったねこれで核で安保が出てさのは逆に安保クーデターグラフ祭壇そうた止めに行ったみんなこの後ねもうカフェは俺さんこのビクター・レッティングがさビクター・レッティングがねおじやったね近藤レッティングは近藤ビクターでなんだいいのか入ってきて まあこれ何ね、で大体あんな大阪機器でさ、あんなもんこしたらとけどういう東京で最終ケースさ、でも大体みんな見ろよ。これ四国ブランド多いじゃねえかよ。7、8割が四国ブランドってびっくりしたさ。こ埼玉で四国ブランドさ、多いやん。東松屋さ。いや、厚生労働省と日本医師会ですよ。家内旅行自主だよ。厚生労働省解体の危機になってんさ。だって東松屋もあるやん。びっくり。びっくりした東松屋と。松田ってこれ完全にごめん、これ松屋じゃねえよ。本当に人口地帯かそこぐらいです。意外と思うんですよ。やっぱりね意外やったな。そして完全に奈良のブランドじゃんさ。これ田舎選手は田舎選手のブランドじゃんよ。おいびっくりした君さ。なんだこれ。びっくり。これ完全に福岡じゃねえか。九州。いや俺びっくりした。これ名古屋じゃねえ。ヨータ、ソニーとバーニング。やっぱりね。バーニング破産するねやったらいや、服着てよ、また服よ。やっぱり。ねえ、だいたい九州ブランド多いよ。九州ブランド多かった。どうやったかなったく。また久保君のブランド。いや、シアゲーム人口国家だったよね。やっぱりね。要はね、やっぱ厚生労働省やったか、置いてとか、これ、テロ組織やったか。あれね、病気遊びをさせたらテロ組織やから、当然。俺らこういうとクオーターのテロ組織やった。テロ組織の拠点、殺人未遂やん。副作用でも殺人未遂やん。かなりも自主拒否したんでサイバートライでた。そうだね。もう無理、医療の福祉の多分な無理。レッキンガ系ね。ICR で恨んでたわね。あれカティの事件で恨んでたわね。恨んでたわねみんな。いや赤十字社に問題やったらやっぱりだから俺ね、アメリカ政府に言うわ。ICRC が脱退したさ、WHO じゃなくてさ、トランプさん間違ってたけどさあ、テロ事務総長逆にさ、言うわ、WHO と。言うわ、ICRC。文句言ったらさ、これじゃ言えへん。だから、だから日赤に圧力かけたよ、もう。残念でした。よう思った日赤、ここ、ソニーの名割だ。ソニーの名割だよ。お前らがこれ、あのタイどこから来て、いや川崎方面に行ったか。やっぱりね。 あ、桜木組やった。桜木組。いや、福山さん運営してた。テロ組織や。だいや、俺捕まってんな。誰に捕まってしまった。でね、あったく稲川会の分裂してたから、その割にはやっぱりな、ああやって報道し、俺らはな、ごめん、合法的にさ、民事訴訟してたよな。私の分、メンツに任したのからね、やってくれって言って、やめてよ。もう任したよ。こんなの言って。意外やろ、水はうめえとね、忍ぶすけな、ヤクザ嫌いやった。ヤクザ嫌いやったん、これで。逆に右翼団体好きらしい。よう寝てるらしいな、お前ら。アホや。いや、アンジェリーナ・ジョリーさんが厳しかった。現実は甘くなかった。稲川チェンジしていいか。要は、俺ら、追放したさ、追放したんやな、知ってましたさ、顔に言ってたよ、俺もすかさしの俺。弁護したんや、弁護したんやねん。びっくりしただからめっちゃビビった福島清美アイオンからって。本当に、脅迫罪とさ、犯罪ぞ。あれ、金広いこと言うテロリストね、言ったやんさ、ご親切な方が通報してくれました。はい、テロを助長してん。そうやって言って。こうならず出るわけ。こいつら不正アクセスしてるからね。テロ組織。テロ組織や。まあ、日本医師会テロ組織やから。すまん。グロ以上にもないから。グロ目立ってたね、逆に。すまん。こいつらね、やってた。すまん。こいつら。テロ組織や。テロ組織は気をつけろ。すまん。これ何喧嘩売ったすまん。喧嘩売ったすまん。あなたは政治君ね。すまんじゃん。ああ、やばいな。テロ組織や。すまん。テロ組織や。いい機会にいいよ。いいね。中にはあるらしいな。なんかないんかと思った。ここもか。問題って。すまん、アキートチョコ。すまんがな、こいつら、問題やったかい。俺で焦るかけど、ちょっと問題やったんだよ。すまん、ああいう問題やったか。こいつら問題やったんだよ。問題やったかい。まあ、いや、政治君系にさ、看護業のやつがね、ちょっとこいつら消えたんだよ。すまん、こいつらの一番問題やった。医療機関問題やったかい。やっぱり問題やったか。まったく。 やっぱりね、問題やったか、ここ。問題すぎたか。やっぱりね、川上東国とやっぱり松木美君、やっぱり伊沢が暗殺したんや、みたいな。なんかすまんな、ごめん、すまん、ごめん、すまん、こいつね。こいつね。すまんわ、テロ組織。なったけど、問題になったけど。いやいや、なんだね。来たんだよ。かわいそうだ。マジでね、こいつらもね。誠一君のオスカーの本社で看護協会やってるから看護協会やってる要はいいんや。俺こういう連中に喧嘩売って、あの声聞こえる。あとね、あの声聞こえてた。そうだよね。俺大学これ出てきても言ってんの。ここにやん。知ってた。おい知ってる。すまん、テロ組織や。そう、テロ組織はしがないよ。テロ組織認定したかったよ。すまん、こいつらもテロ組織や。サイバーやったら、すまん、ここに。
Great meeting. We have had excellent discussions. We have learned a lot, and we have thought a lot. And now I hope to see you in Paris next June for the plenary session. And all of us will be there. So please do come.
どうりな、こっちが高級前でさあ、なぜ首相官邸、びっくりしたさあ、やばいね、ここへ。三極ジャパンに対する圧力やったわ。やっぱりみんななんか。
So this morning we had a session on the future of mobility, and we actually discussed what does it mean for the auto industry and what does it mean for the cities. If you look at the auto industry, there has never been as much change as there is today. On the technology side, with connectivity, electrification, autonomous driving, on the social domain, with sharing, more urbanization, and new ways of working, and also on the regulation side, where it's about emission control and standards, and also on regulation for managing congestion. So we actually covered that. We also talked about what does it actually mean for the city? How will actually the traffic evolve if you have more AVs and individual mobilities for AVs? What would be levers to actually work on getting a mitigation on traffic? Basically, how to deal with hydrogen autonomous vehicles? What would actually sharing more cars of basically having smaller or basically bus-based autonomous vehicles? And actually, how would you deal with
日本マネジメント協会か。思ってるっす。
work as a city to make the whole mode
すまん、
mix
マ
work
ジで問題だっ
and
たしな。
get to a better transportation for the whole city?
すまん、マジで問題だったしな。そう、多分 立ち位置高しび人やっぱりなマネキョに休みに限ったマネキョかやっぱりおかしいと思ったら、重村君、そんなわけない。やっぱマネキョ連中か。マネキョ連中か。やっぱりな、マネキョか。マネキョに当てるようになった。やっぱりマネキョも、どうにおかしいと思ったら、バーニングの講師サイトみたいな、本当に。あいつら講師。なんで日本武道館急に貸さなくなったの？教えようかさ、勝利キッカーがもう貸さなきゃいけないさ、戦いってもんか。そうだね。テイタさんね、最初からね、知っててさ、勝利さんのお弟子さんだとさ、鍋つねがさ、カバン持ちやってびっくりじゃん。もう知ってた？びっくりした、本当に。いやーな、最後のね、このウェイクイペ作ってくれた。おー、びっくりした。素敵やな、こんなにしたか。まあね、さあ、逆にとんね。さあ、井上の血液やな。あいつ大型じゃないかと思った。まあ、あいつ大型らしいな。問題やったんだ。すまん、ここの問題やったんだ。すまん、ここの問題やったしね。すまん、マネキョ問題やったしね。やっぱりマネキョ問題やったんだ。マネキョ問題やったし。マネキョ問題やったし。いやもう、西田ちゃんにバーニングか、やっぱりな。やっぱりな。ザスラック問題やったんだ。今もっと政府機関か。今もっとジャズラック。ジャズラック問題やったんだ。じゃあそうか、問題やったんだ。それはまさに知ってない。前々からな、石脱退騒動。脱退騒動を起こしたの知ってるだろうね。情けないと思ったよ。俺は政治目的で行きたいよ。だね。変わってほしいなんて。とけ。ここも問題やったな。ここが通報してきた。ここやったよ。昔と思ったよ。本社のね、もう警察です。警察時代もう知ってますよ。知ってたよ。やっぱ通報だ、ここやったよ。昔と思ったらさ。LA でや、ほっとけ。まあいいやん。最後はね、ここは決戦所。知ってるからさ。よう見てるやん。最終決戦所。みんな東京。いや、プリキュアの最終決戦所。ここやねん。最初はここやねん。いや、俺は PS 使ってビルダーバーググループの参加とさ、世界傭兵連盟って言って、プリキュアの世界観戦争仕掛けたの。気象兵器使ったら勝っちまった。通常兵器なんかある。女の子はちょっと拘束した。ちょっとこいつはちょっとテロをやってたんだよな。こっぴろん。皆さん、みんなの友達の時ね、おしようか。なんで構成内全員なんでこうなったさ、ボイコットしたやん、久川綾さんとさ、ボイコットしたやろさ、北村さんさ、ボイコットしてびっくりさ、やっぱりね、ボイコットしたから。ここで舞台、横浜市、プリキュアの舞台で解説したのさ、びっくりしたのさ、治安よかったなんて。よかったわ、逆にさ。逆に言うとね、こういうところで自衛隊で戦う人5名単位でいいわ。こんなに退去していいかも。少数生で戦ったよ。舞台でそう、少数生戦った。この方がいいよ、戦った。びっくりじゃん。いや、ここにすまん、横浜市にさ、大日本県政塾の本部があるし、大日本県政塾。桜木組らしいな。大日本県政塾の本部があるらしいな。マジか。びっくりしたな、こいつら。大日本県。 第二の県政塾の本部があるんですね。
the way the Swiss
ああ、一回したん。
And I think part of the answer is that we
やっ
don't
ぱり
really spend
な、こ
nearly enough time
こいつらロシア大使館襲ってる
best
し。
practice. I live in the United States,
なん
though I
か
grew
襲っ
up
て
in
る
the
らしいよ。
United Kingdom. One hardly ever hears a reference to other countries' systems in the
めっ
US
ちゃ厳しいやつ。これ言ったけどアメリカ大使館襲ってる。
when somebody is
襲われてます。ああ、襲われてる知ったんや。だからあの陣容だったんや。
analysis of the way,
あ
say,
あ、よう、7区の内部来てたらしい。
part of what
ああ、言ってた今な、ああ、2000人。
stress the need to look
やっ
at
ぱり
best practice so
来た、本当
that
に。
voters become more
冗談じゃなかったんや。俺も本当に。
solutions to most
浜地域のやっぱりね、アンセリン。
we just haven't tried them in many countries.
そう。
On the other hand, I think there's one other side to
さあ、
this
そういうしか
that
ね
one shouldn't forget.
そうだな。
Sometimes you'll meet people who
あ
tell
あ、そうい
you
う人いながら分裂しね。や
Scandinavians
っぱ
have
りな、
worked
分
everything
裂。
out, and
おかしい
Sweden or
だ。
Finland, Denmark has come up with the perfect solution to policy problems. That's often an argument people make on the left of the United States. But I don't think the solutions that the Swedes came up with in recent decades necessarily would work in a country as large and as diverse as the United States. So let's look at best practice. Let's understand which systems deliver the best results. But let's not pretend that one size is going to fit all. Part of the reason for the success of Western civilization, which is where democracy
エイジン
began,
ブルーズの
with the diversity of systems and the competition between
源太さんも知ってましたよね。知ってましたよ。やばいなの。青鬼と大使さん知ってましたよ。やばいな。本当にルパン三世のオタクと強化らしい。鬼の圧力かけられるほどの。今、ヒデのオタクとさあ、競争してるのに、今、自強に圧力かけてるのに。強硬だったらしい。ああ、声優仕様強いやろ、そう、自慢の養成所ね。富田康生さんを逆に、逆に言うと、こういうアーツ民女とかさ、あれ、後藤優子の面接でびっくりした。あなたは再教育したいのさ、自力で。歌文教はさ、医療機関の複合体なって、やばいね、グローコンプレックスやった。グローコンプレックスやった。グロー独占してるじゃん。公正取引会知ってましたよ。さあ、グローに捜査しよう。やっぱり捜査しない。青木健二知ったんでしょ。びっくりした、俺も3件ね。見ました、本当に。こんなところ。こんなリサやった。眠いとか、やっぱり過去問題だから、まあね、今日ね。今日か、やっぱり問題とか。まあね、今日か、新宿のね。新宿方面か。だよ、またここの弁護士のインチキやな、ほんとびっくりした、あの時。と思った、だった。おい、西村輸送この会社に知ってるフルキャスト経由で、イーソン・オーリンスってさ、経由で、今はね、経由でさ、今はね、本社機能を平和の夏原一家をしてました。やっぱ本社機能を打つぞって言ったから、やっぱりな。打つぞって言ったんか。いや、滋賀県のグロー、あれね、最後しようか、ゴミ富士あれ、グローに合わせて、バーニングに合わせてたってなった。最悪や、バーニングに合わせて。このままにあるんやな。これ、大森瞬間、もしかしてこういうとこ入ってるモデル曲やな。なんかオスカーブルンちょっとね。あー、びっくりした。いや俺、オリンピック講義運動して会やった。意外と借りていけた。会議はよう西成代々木行ってた。
because
すごい
diplomacy,
すごい
like
おや
defense, has to do with protecting the identity of a critical unit.
俺ね10日帰ってきた時たまたま寄っていたんやぞ
Escape
みたいな
the stage.
もう歩いたね最初
Answer this question. What is
だからにびっくりじゃんアメリカ大使館名の厳重じゃん尋常じゃなかったらまあ知らなかったね俺もまあようやく復帰したけどね新宿かやっぱりな立ち位置やっぱここかやっぱここかやっぱここに映ってたやっぱりマネー教官思ったら国立競技場の近くかやっぱり通りなおかしいと思ったらさやっぱりな日本オリンピック以下どうでもいいけどやっぱ本部でジュネーブ本部でやっぱりなわざと開催しないと来いよ小池優さんあなた勝ちやとさ勝ったんやでさこの反吉反吉田を潰したんやさこれで潰したんやさやっちまったよみんなさ小池優さんあなた勝ちやさこれ
I think China's rise will change the international configuration from the unipolar to bipolar, and also possibly and make the world order and different from before. But it doesn't
俺が
mean
一
that
番
the
びっくりした
China's
防衛
rise
省は
is the
一概や
only
ぞって
factor to
お城やったかすごいな本当に宮崎浩二将軍の時代すごいですね本当にびっくりしたなうちにでもびっくりした一概やぞってお城だって
Trump administration believe and China benefit more from the current order than the United States. That's why they want to change the order and based on the ideology of anti-establishmentism. So from my side, if we talking about what the ideology and challenging the current international order,
私も政治君北の現場見たんやっぱりな安保クーデターですやっぱりな破壊されたからやっぱりなテレビ
It's already shaping up to be the Chinese century by
戦争を開始していってた
according to the IMF, China was the world's largest economy by purchasing power parity, and in other respects, China is already the world's largest manufacturer, the world's largest exporter, the world's largest market for a great many important commodities such as vehicles. The question is whether that economic power translates into political power, strategic power, because
やっぱりソニーに喧嘩売りに行ったか
Beijing that America remains the world's
ダーン
political power.
マクロスの向きは政策委員会でありますね知ってましたねやっぱりな知ってたやっぱりソニーかソニータワーの割でやっぱりどういうさやっぱバーニーが赤字やったからああやっぱりまずやっぱ圧力かけてたのソニーだったからソニーと三極人がやっぱり共謀してたのとここの新橋ソニーの縄張りじゃんソニーだったらここはここねソニーだしただからソニーだったかびっくりした山本三極作ったのソニーやったか山本さんかまあソニー問題だねナスバリか評判化してる人はイオンの皆さん評判化してる人ですごいか抑えて黙らせちゃうのこれはい通りなおかしいここやソニータワーソニータワーねソニー製品ソニーの本社らしいなここ通りでなここソニーの名残やったから島やったからな what we're likely to see in the 21st century is a many people who are either liberated from hard labor or for whom there is too little hard labor to provide jobs. What will these people do? How will they be employed? And I think that will be a major factor contributing forward also. Even though the world population is declining, we're still in an era of massive male youth bulges in about 20 or 30 countries. And there's going to be a lot of pressure to provide jobs for people, whether it's in China, in Yemen, it's in Ethiopia, or wherever.
やっぱりソニーの縄張りやったか。ソニーの縄張りやったか。びっくりした。ソニーの縄張りやったか。
The main question of my talk
やっぱりね、ヒエラさん、知
is
ってますよ、めちゃイケゲイでさ、縄張り見ましたよ、本当にびっくりした。やっぱりね、移転計画、架空でフジテレビ事件さ、怒ってもだよさ、ヒエラさん失格寸前やね、出動だ寸前だったんやったんです。幸い会議、皆さんを決起してやっちまったさ、もうソニーの大丈夫か、ここ。ものすごくな施設やねんと思った。ソニーグループ。そういえばソニー、ロッキード・マーティン事件さ、確かにあんねん。報道されてないのさ、びっくりしたー。でさ、トヨタもね、新日民族調査委員会に呼んでたんやさ、ソニーって。ルカさんのおかげ。
scientific results. For example, in the US, they are investing very much in developing artificial intelligence for humanities. In China, they are investing in developing artificial intelligence for agriculture for producing food, for example. So globalization has obtained some results in terms of being socially connected, but in terms of geopolitics, we still see many differences also in how the digital transformation is implemented in the society. Then I spoke about robotics and how the journey of robotics is coming into us, because robotics was developed for manufacturing countries, for industrial production, and robots are in manufacturing plants. But in recent years, what we have seen is the development of service robotics, which is intended to support services and the offer of services in terms of medical robotics, social robotics, educational robotics. And now, what is happening is that robotics is coming into our houses by producing some consumer products and also producing changes in the society in terms of supporting autonomous drive or different products that are revolutionizing business and revolutionizes our life.
任務が変わった。もうすでに出たんやけど、任務が変わった。あいつを見られてくれ。さあ、今こういう社交人したいの。わざと見られてこいて。そうしたん。やばいな。おかしいと思ったよ。我々滋賀県長町と滋賀県の職員やったんかってさ、言ったことやさ。日本有委員長知ってましたね。やっぱりな、はい、滋賀県の職員がやってたんだな。びっくりだ。こんなよくやで。これは辰巳くんは、ごめん、私は、8、5、あたり、5、8、L、りょうた辰巳ですさ。もう同じやで、そんな目で。そんな目で同じようにしたやん。私はこっち。何でもいいけど。みんなこっち。当たり前。こっち。何や、辰巳くん。ごめんね。当たり前。私はこっち。同じ。こっち。言ったの。こっち。など、せ。ただファーストとラスト。こっち。うまい。俺もったらびっくりしたな。 There are
びっくりした。
solutions. What's needed is
顔でびっくりした。
will to
全然来てなかった。みんなですよ。顔の表情。あー、多分大田さんそれからもういいね、すみません。やっぱいいね。クリさん、水だから。だから、ジュリエットが問題だったら、あいつか。びっくりした。ウィキペディア見てさ、そう講師が進行書いて、そう一回で、おいひどいわ。そうひどいわって。なのに最初スパイやっぱ見合ってない。いや、あんたたち言うて、いざでした。これで、多分、顎下に言ってたよ。実はそうな、スカーサシの分に被害受けてるんです。ああ、スパイ受けたい行動会です。やっぱりスパイ言ってたら、マジか、スパイ。2020名古屋の声優フェスティバル、これで、はい、スパイって言ったら、あいつ税金で食って、今度は飛行機ですぐ退散して、おかしいなと思ったら、女にさ、会うと。こんなよこ、すぐに名前変更しろ。気づけないよこ、そう、もう気づけない。こっそり最短にしてたよ、そう、変更しろって言ったよ。これで今、最高裁言ってるのよ。スプリングルやっぱりね、もう。だから、
global refugee crisis and to finally address strategically its root causes. The question that you're raising, will Syria find a long-lasting peace? Well, the Syrian people deserve a long-lasting peace. Think about it, they've been 8 years now in a horrible conflict which became from local, regional and frankly international. So the answer is it must be yes. Now how to do it is where the challenge is coming. And the only way to do it is actually to end the military conflict because there is no solution. I mean, it's not just a word, it's the truth. There will never be just a military solution and include everyone. New constitution, elections under the UN supervision, that would be a way to include them.
Well, I'm delighted to be able tonight to address the members of the trilaterals and their guests, and I think my focus will be tonight on three things. One is, multilateralism has been the bread and butter of many of us, certainly at the IMF, and we believe that it has been critical in order to address many of the potential disorders of the world. Multilateralism is under threat at the moment, and I think that we have to make every effort to rejuvenate it, adapt it, and make sure that it continues to help govern particularly the economic developments around the world. That's message number one. My second message will have to do with the much more longer term consequences of short-term policies and mechanisms, and that is really the consequences of climate change. I believe that many of the issues that we're debating at the moment will mean absolutely nothing in 20 years' time if we have not acted now in order to make sure that the planet remains something that is hospitable for our children and grandchildren. And my third message, which will not surprise any of those who know me or my friends, will have to do with inequality, and in particular the inequality that women have to suffer and have had to suffer for a long time. And while inequality as such is a major disruption, I believe that by addressing women's situation and the inequality that they face, it will help quite a way in reducing inequalities. So we'll try to do that tonight.
We're living through an era
that's across the board, economy, society, and what we're seeing is that nowhere is that disruption more evident than the trends associated with climate change. We're all familiar with the extreme events, the temperature rises, and the inexorable change that we're seeing to the planet's ecology as a result of climate change. But a major part of that discussion is how does energy transition and decarbonization of our energy system, which accounts for about 2/3 of carbon emissions, how will that impact climate change, and can we enter an energy transition era rapidly enough to mitigate carbon that will take us to a safe future? This is already happening.
皆
Renewable
さん
energy
びっ
today is
くりしたと思うから私がびっくりしたさアメリカ議会占領事件びっくりしたこれ本当にびっくりした激震を走らせたまんまこれ安保工程だ作業じゃん逆に言うとねみんな一斉にあとしまったよみんなかんやったんかしかやっちまったびっくりしたやっちまったかアメリカ議会やっちまったかやっぱりやっちまったか本当にやっちまったかやっちまったよやっちまったわ本当にここで議会占領事件やっちまったかびっくりしたびっくりした本当にびっくりしたここ占領されたのにびっくりしたやったかやっちまったよやっちまったよ本当に安保クーデターやっちまったみんな占領されたやつここもうアメリカの出動沙汰でもう多分ねもしかして最後乗っ取られたおいここ占領されたと思いますとんでもないこと大変なこれ
So that's another area. The third one will be the hydrogen could be the new transformation for the sectors of the oil or gas producing country. If they can remove carbon dioxide from oil or gas or coal, then these hydrocarbon change into the very
田中信夫さんの英語わかる結局日本ボロッカス
So this may prevent the hydrocarbon as a stranded asset. So maybe the hydrogen is one of the key area. We need lots of infrastructure building technologies are necessary. But hydrogen may give us a good chance to achieve the sustainable future.
やっちまったよやっちまったかそうやっちまったかさ本当にさやっちまったか本当にマスラリーダーでびっくりしたら本当にさ占領事件あれびっくりした多分3件も日野さんと報道したぜさ多分日野さんインタビュー今どうかってアメリカにそういいわアメリカ民主いいそういう昔の安保動作攻め出せばよかったみんな出しまったそういうことやっちまったびっくりしたさやっちまったよはね見えないで無視教してバーニング打倒制定やっちまったよ 経済優先は当たり前の上場企業やから責任取られるの。で我々捜査受けてるね。日産はびっくりしたさ、彼女すまん、本当に揉めたか、やっぱびっくりした。彼女さ、ビルダーバーググループの関係でだから当たり前、おーとやってるの、そんな意味でまあ要は経済よ、最初はまあ最後からねでまあ経済がまあ当たり前ね。いや、その最初からこっちだから介入してるから経営びっくりした。占領事件が起こるなんて大変なことになった。やっぱりしかだからもうとまあじゃあどうじゃこれがそうだ。マジか。青栗中さんたち稼ぎで皆さんちょっとごらんね、ちょっとごらんね、松田作美ちょっとね、あとね、あと川上ともあすかさん見さしめです。ああ、ごめん、ルビーってもうとかね。じゃあ、こんなもんや。いいんかってことで。あずみさんね。驚いた。あみちゃんびっくりした。あみちゃんびっくりした。まさか回復した。そう金額いや、バーニングね、最初からね、ビルダーバーグとあと、バーニング作ったらしいね。ようわからんけどね、どういう気。だから、要は、あれ、行く小玉よしおだな。小玉。行く小玉やったな。バーニングだったら。なんでいい 要は思ったらアトランティックカースロジーがね、大西洋圏版のビルダーバーグですからね、第2のビルダーバーグ。規模が大きいからね、結構。やっちめえ。やっちめってくれよ。へえ、ウリジュースが来てる。さすが鬼塚英吉やな。鬼塚英吉やったな。俺も知ってましたよ、ジャニーさんのお弟子さんで。素晴らしいですね、大井潤さん、鬼塚英吉。川瀬に来たで。川瀬に来たで。川瀬に来たで。中だでかわいそうにおー正午かやっぱり正午かいいよだろやっぱりここも問題だねやっぱりやっぱりなまあ元からピンがないよね りっくりじゃない元からこれでいいや。レティンガーですか。まあいろいろあったな。レティンガーまあ規模が大きいからね。やめろ同時期。なんでこれ。まあお前もいいだろ。ああ、そんな。ってる。やっぱりお前やっぱりお前やっぱりお前も胸痛かなお前はやっぱりお前もそう言ってけこいつらやっぱり胸痛こいつが辞任せやお前。どういうお前さっさと辞任要求できた。辞任要求に大部分の理事全員でさっさと分かった。 そうかな。まあね。まあなるほど。いや、プロゲーで今の前注意やった。お知ってたね。知ってたよ。それや。まあ、さっさと主催これ。引退生やわ。 こんなん現実的じゃないですか。解体やIA 化する話あったな。IA 化することになったな。いややっぱりな。介護で決められた。やっぱりか。やっぱり ったく来ましたか。あ、単独来ました。単独で来た。そうなんですよね。すごいですね。むっちゃくちゃああ、ビューティーでした。だからそれで、すみませんが、すみません。ああ、すみません。すみません。すみません。四国ポートの支援をお願いします。ああ、びっくりした。まあ、多分なんで急にこういう、まあ、これ、ジョニーさん、生まれたな。俺、びっくりした。なんか、びっくりした。デイビッドから聞いたんだけど、理解で。あれ、こういう、びっくりしたな。まったくだ。ああ、言わんね。もう、知ってた。これもう知ってますよ。これいや、俺11。ですから、やばい11。ですから、やばい11。でしたから。あれが11。まったく11。やはり東京。やっぱり東京。やっぱりな、大雪です。それは証拠に、こ こういうのありませんか？こういうのないか、東金沢とか、こんなのないか、東敦賀とか、ないか、東ノートとか、ないか、東。富山とか、ないか、なんかないか。ここは証明でした。よう思ったら思い出した。まさかだと思った。いや思ったらこの新宿でもしかしてこれ？ですか？ですか？どう思ってたですか？新山石川和樹師匠、もしかして新山ですか？なんだ四国ブランド、多分四国ブランド多いんじゃないか。なんかなんかないか。やったそうないか。そう新潟もな、新山の新山コース四国ブランド、四国ブランド多いです。嘘だな、多いですよ。これ新山だから多いや四国ブランドね。それについて結構九州ブランド多いらしい。九州ブランド多いらしいね。そう久留米ね。久留米も多いらしい。それ多分結構多かった。びっくりした。びっくりした。あれが本当にいいよ。いや東京都ね、めっちゃ多いとわかった。四国多いらしい。よかった久留米。四国ブランドやった。そのうちに九州ブランド終わった。吉橋俊介な、ごめん。こいつらね、大丈夫。関東やで、大丈夫。最初。 上田慎一郎、最後はこいつ茨城やで。宇都宮、栃木やでこいつ。変な。さあ、多いんだよ、さあ、久留米と。思ったろ。多分、これ安保闘争さ、あの時さ、これ見なさい、久留米ってさ、完全に。あるわ。このニーザね、面白い。新居浜でした。新居浜でした。マジか、新居浜。新居浜だ。これ、新居浜と銀座。さあ。多分。びっくりした。東久留米とかさ。びっくりした、東久。びっくりした。ほんと、びっくりした。びっくりした。びっくりした。なんだこれ。やっぱり多いか。これ丸亀じゃねえかよ。丸亀です。これ丸亀やな。完全に丸亀やな。丸亀やって丸亀やこれ。どうした亀やりかんねん。丸亀やな。今もうなんだろうね。これエスタロ君安藤ブランドか。そうここねお塩がそう安藤家の安藤やってたのそう安藤ブランドここね安藤ブランド覚えらしいの。びっくりした。した
Unfortunately, there is a model of story that works. If you think of the detective story, that's a story where you're putting together evidence and you're telling me this is what happened.
東松屋完全に愛媛県松山市のブランドもうブランドやな伊勢崎完全に愛媛県のブランドやブランドや来たんここねレジオンが現れてやっぱりねどこに向かってるんかな。バーニングだった完全に角川のやっぱりなしかもねキングリゴン思ったやんさ音時間攻撃か野沢さんと野沢さんのブランド多いなだこれなんだこれもしかしてこれ完全にすまんこれ長崎やった長崎ブランドやったさすまんこれ多分大津市の仲間やった大津ブランド なんだこれ。これ完全に三重県の通じゃねなんだこれ。なんだこれ。富山ビーチ出して、ここでゴジラとぶつかったやんさ。ここでビオランで、ここ返して、やばいね、足の子か。ここで俺頭にして、ここまで進入させたな。やっぱ同じくでもね、その道栃木、宇都宮方面、ここら辺で、そう僕は大体ここの東京赤の信号じゃ現れたよ。びっくりした。通りね、ソニーかおかしいと思った。大田区にね、攻撃完全にソニーか。やっぱりソニーかじゃない。もしかして美容なんて別にわかりませんでした。新宿の再建ね、やっぱり。いや、ソニーか、おかしい。どったらソニールートだったら、マジか。自由は、ジョリーさんです。はーい。そう、これ、マジらしいな。余ったらならいや、京阪神ブランドあるな。これ、広島県の福山市だね。びっくりした。いや、ここら辺にね、さ、奥深いのさ、難攻不落やったね、結構。
Of course, a non-partisan, multi-sensitivities meeting, also because the issues that we addressed were very multidimensional. In all respect, we addressed issues that were of strategic nature, issues that were of economic nature, portfolio, economic nature, related to environmental issues and difficulties and challenges.
完全に四国やねん。びっくりした本当に。なんこれ。まさか。やっぱり借りてたかいな。埼玉人工都市か。足利で完全に。茨城完全にあっちの大阪じゃないな。大阪じゃないな。びっくりした。俺ここでそのこのままのね、そうのね、アンセリンがいるんかなと思ったらいなかった。いなかったよさ。ここの人たちに喋ったらさ、俺 U 字工事さんみたいに栃木弁さ喋ってるからさ。1号国やったらびっくりしたな。喋ったんやけどな。ところがまあ数十年前に変わったら目覚めやっぱスパイやったね。これ松山長野というさんたちこれ松山です。松山です。これジャニーさんじゃん。かこれあいつでしたよう思ったらはいこれ完全に三重県ついちゃん島県おかしいと思ったらやっぱこれ 新幹線でこだまね、こだまにさんでしょ、そんなもの。だって俺ヤクザと局さんも作った俺やからね。俺で笑ってたよ。へえ。ね、この相性さんの直系の皆さん知ってましたよ、さ。練習結果。びっくりした。新山でした。はい。ラーメンでした。マジかって言った。もうなんだこれ。
Hello, I'm Megan O'Sullivan. I am the new chair of the North America group of the Trilateral Commission. I wanted to take this opportunity to say a few words about the Commission and about our future. As you may know, the Trilateral Commission is a storied institution, an organization with 46 years of history of having an impact on big ideas, on bringing people together across different sectors and across 3 different geographies, that of North America, Europe, and Asia. But we are on the cusp of a new chapter, one that builds on that history, but really reorients ourselves and puts us in a position to make an impact in a very, very different world. And the reason why I have such confidence that the Commission can remake itself is because there is a need, and the Commission is well suited to meet that need. And that need is quite simply that in this day and age, in these political landscapes, the need is simply for more organizations, more individuals, more entities to take up the mantle of defending a rules-based order, an order that values and is committed to democratic principles, ideas like free trade and human rights. And we also have a need for more ideas to help us tackle new challenges, or certainly challenges that are new to this generation. And there are many reasons why I think the Trilateral Organization is so well poised to meet this need. First and foremost, we are an organization that at its heart is a community of countries that share a common set of values, that share these commitments to these ideas about democracy, about free markets, about the rule of law. And secondly, we have a membership that spans policy, business, and academia and media. And that allows us to bring minds together and experience to bear on problems that are no longer just the purview of one of those sectors. The things that need to be thought about today and where we need new solutions and prescriptions are ones that are at the intersection of business and policy, whether it is the contributions that private sector organizations can make to combating climate change, whether it is figuring out the ideas that will drive the reform of capitalism, or whether it is understanding the impact of technology on our systems. All of these things need business, government, and others at the table to help with. Now, of course, to realize this potential for the Trilateral Organization to meet this need, we are going to have to do some things differently than we have in the past.
東倉敷ありませんか？あるわ、絶対。ここら辺東倉敷あるんじゃないですか。あると思う、多分あるわ。
At ourselves, looking internally, saying what's happening with our own institutions, what is the health of our own institutions, and how is that situation affecting our ability to cooperate across national lines and deliver global problems to pressing global solutions. So we're spending more time talking about things like populism and the impact of technology on our own societies. Secondly, we've got to think about impact. Traditionally, we're an organization that has had impact based on the very nature of our relationships. We're an organization of people who have close ties to national governments, and often the ideas that we debate in private inform our own perspectives and inform our discussions and deliberations and conversations with people in positions of power. That will still be true, but today we need to think about having an impact on the broader debate. We no longer live in a world where governments are the only ones that can influence the future. In fact, increasingly, we have to think about other entities as being the real engines of change, and be that corporations or universities or even individuals. We need to think about how to shape the conversation, how to bring those groups in, to have investment in and commitment to solutions, and we need to move ahead whether or not we're able to get our governments to agree with our prescriptions and recommendations. So in short, it's a really exciting time to be part of the Trilateral Commission. I'm deeply honored to be the new chair of the North America Group, and I look forward to working with all our members and my colleagues from other regions to realize this vision. Thank you.
よし、俺、大阪島か。JI のスポンサーがさ、すごい JI のスポンサーやな。JI のスポンサーやな。
So I'm Jane Harmon, and the question is, what is the future of political parties? I can speak to the U.S. more than anywhere else. I was a member of our Congress for 9 terms and left because it became so partisan and dysfunctional. At the Wilson Center, we study this, and there are some remedies to problems. But bottom line, in the U.S., our tradition is 2 parties only. In Europe, there are multi-party systems in most countries, and we're seeing the rise of populist parties. In the U.S., we have no populist party. We have a Republican Party that is now dominated by our president, and we have a Democratic Party where most of the noise is coming from the far left. What we don't have is anything to represent the center, and that is the challenge for the U.S. going forward. That is something I work on, and that is something that the Wilson Center is hoping to improve, because if we are to convey at least a majority view in the United States, essential to making our foreign policy and domestic policy effective, we need to reach the center so that we have both parties participating. And hopefully we'll advance that goal here at the Trilateral Commission.
面白かったよ、いい公園ね。さあ、すまん、あれ、ワクチン接種会場かなと思ったらさ、すまん、オリンピックの選手ぐらいだよ。びっくりしたらさ、なんでトンスやっぱりバーニングに圧力か。バーニングに圧力。わざと開催したから。びっくりした。わざと開催した。わざと開催した。そうすれば会場で。すまんな。ちっちゃくから。バーニングすごい強化してたよ。本当にまあならない。アズサグミピーは制圧したよ。進行派がそれは制圧しまったからな。古参派がね。水は名言やったからな。ああ、コーチブランドあるな。コーチブランド、ガナリピーブランドあるな。まあ、コーチブランドあるな。びっくりしたプレステージはさ、いや、アキオさんっていうのやったけど。フラインか、魂がやっぱ、子供の縄割りか、子供の縄割りか、バーニング、ソニー、たまに。たまに後ろからさ、マガジンバット全学連が赤らしいな。破壊だった。破壊だった。Devils.
And they are not likely to be the ones to lead this process. One ought to look only at the election in the United Kingdom a few weeks ago to realize realize that this is likely what is likely to happen. They're the Brexit party, which is not looking for power, it's just looking for an issue, was the one who succeeded. So the citizens around the world are going to have to be much more responsible in creating conditions for accessing power and for making it possible for stability and legitimacy to be accomplished.
ではこにいるね。やるとゾルゲなんか。やるとゾルゲ。さあ、ここやしね。
The best way for companies to surf the digital revolution is to build trust with their customers and to build trust with their employees. One of the ways in which companies can do that is to have frank conversations with the workforce, to sit down with workers and their unions and to say, look, here's the challenges that we're facing, but importantly to ask them, how can we best get there? Because all too often, a lot of the solutions that a company can put in place that will make a real difference, the employees know the answer to that.
Multilateralism is not only the best, in many cases, the only way in which you can deal with global issues. Because we're dealing with global challenges and therefore you need global solutions. You need multilateral solutions. They take a little longer, yes, of course, but once you get it, then they will stick around for longer and you will get greater ownership and therefore you will tend to have more effective solutions. The other way is that, of course, unilateralism is always about who is stronger in a bilateral relationship. And therefore, by going multilateral, what you do is you balance and all the opinions count. Of course, you always have the bigger countries speak louder, but the differences are less. And also the needs of the smaller countries, the needs of the developing countries, the needs of the groups in a society that are left behind, then they are much better addressed by a multilateral approach. So yes, today we need multilateral more than ever before.
So we had a marvelous meeting in Stockholm. We could address all the issues that are of very great importance for the European and also at the global level. It was marvelously organized by the host of the Swedish chapter, and we appreciated enormously their organization.
皆さんないからさ、この辺に北陸とかさ、なんかないからさ、ブランド。あるんやでさ、あるんやでさ、あるわけさ、あるんやで。あるわけ。ピザ。ピザ。
Platform at a global level, including industry and research and services at a global level. This idea that should be again more present in the global conversation came very much out of this meeting, which was again very comprehensive and stimulating. But you will see that in the various video perhaps that you would like to see. Now I have to give you a new rendezvous. We have rendezvous in Washington because it would be the trilateral at the level of the three pillars of the trilateral, the entire world, if I may. And this is a Washington meeting which will take place in March 13 to 15. And so there we are with a big rendezvous which will be important and where we could discuss the global issues in the tradition of the trilateral with the vision of an open world stock of sounds technology and the new wave of innovation, and also respect our fellow citizens is attached to democracy, is attached to equality produced by the working of the market economy, a vivid market economy. So, à bientôt.
これ、ジョゼフ・ヒエロニム・レッティンガーか。ジョゼフ・ヒエロニム・レッティンガーか。レッティンガーのテレブランドを使ってる。すごいな。ビルドバーググループの関係者のブランドを使ってるの。意外やったな。
Where is Russia heading? What are the Americans up to? What will be the consequences of Brexit? So virtually all of the issues that are topic of concern to us Europeans at the moment have been on the agenda during these meetings in Stockholm. And then I think we have also been enjoyed the company of this very diverse and very interesting and increasingly young group that is the Trilateral Commission Europe.
石川県市長たち、これ、ほぼ、この関東圏4週間、その5割近くが四国やった。四国ぐらい。面白いから四国やなと思った。埼玉が一番四国ぐらいのところにな。おったら10日になって、12億ぐらいでああ、びっくりしちゃった。行こうとしかい。なんだこれ、岡山かこれ。何か。なんだこれ。本当けほ。いや、ここに稲川一家とさ、やばいな。悪いか、そう、ぶつかってる。戦争してたよ。戦争してたわ。
Both sides apparently believe that time is playing on their side. They can sit on their hands waiting for something to change. However, I think that on both sides we see more and more fatigue and more intention to start gradually rebuilding this relationship. I do hope that if the Normandy summit in France turns out to be moderately successful, we might see new openings because, of course, Ukraine remains the major stumbling block on the way to better relations between Moscow and Brussels. If we're able to create at least some positive dynamics there, it will be easy to proceed on other issues where Russia and the European have common interests.
朝鮮道にもね、はい、まあ、すまんな。
Technology is not a threat to democracy. I believe that technology can enable our democratic principles of freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and really freedom of information so that we can make smart decisions about how and where we want to take the future of our countries. I think we have to be mindful of how the technology can be used against us and educate our citizens about those risks. But I think that technology truly is an enabler of our society and that we should continue to embrace it, not refrain from it.
出演してたよ。山口さんだよ。ね、最初からね、バーに戦争する。書いた戦争。やっぱり。東京は最終決戦場所さ、なめや。弱ありやんや。もうさ、どうだったら、ヤクザ企画多いな。さあ、めっちゃ多いってこと。
we'll need to ensure that at least 2 to 3 months of learning are integrated into every single year that somebody is at work. The second thing that we know is that the fourth industrial revolution is changing workplaces and the needs of the labor force so quickly that we're also going to need to quite fundamentally reform education systems. And that applies to the delivery and it also applies to the content. One, we need much more technology integrated into schools. And second, we need to ensure that young children are understanding how to apply these technologies in the future, understanding how to collaborate with each other rather than compete with each other, and understand how to apply critical thinking so that they're able to continue to learn throughout their life course.
ケンモルは新山とかそういう地域はかなりピンの出てるからジャニーさんとかは決まってるなでも
So many unicorns up here in Nordic countries, and I think especially if you look at Sweden and Finland, Estonia, of course, in a class of its own. I think that it starts with fantastic education. We really have a foundation of education here in Nordic countries that doesn't kill initiative, doesn't kill creativity, and of course that is what it takes to be an entrepreneur. You need creativity, you need to be able to take initiative. So I think that's something that is really enabling this whole thing here up in the north. And then, of course, we have fantastic catalyst events like Slush that are very, very different from anywhere else in the world. We actually made our young people take charge. So if you look at Slush, you know, it happens every year in Helsinki, in Finland. And when you come to this part of the world, you know, be it Stockholm, Helsinki, Tallinn, it's definitely going to be cold, dark. There's going to be slush on the ground. So it's very clear that it's not the Silicon Valley. It's much, much better. And it's much, much better because it's different. We have 2,400 volunteers from more than 60 countries that build this fantastic event called Slush. And it's really the young people. They're volunteering. They're there doing and making that happen because they want to be there. They love to be there. Not because somebody told them that, you know, please do this, please do that. But they're there because they want to be entrepreneurs. They want to make things happen. And they build this event for a few years, the best and biggest on the planet, and after that they go off and they build fantastic startups. So I think that the whole Nordic model is about enabling people to do things and giving the people, the young people and all of us the skills needed to be successful. We also have a fantastic safety net, so we all know that when you try to do new things, more often than not, you fail. And what do you do then? Hopefully you don't end up in the streets, you know, and dying, but actually you try again. And I think that here in the Nordic countries, it's fantastic to be an entrepreneur because you're not, you know, if you fail, you're not going to find yourself without a roof over, you know, your head, but you're actually, you have a safety net. You can go there and you can try again and again. And before you know it, you build your first unicorn. After that, you go and build the next one.
カードがあるよ。すまんな。やがそういう最終決戦までこんなね。ああ、いやいいかも。なんで急に。やべえやべえ。こっちさ、やべえ本部してたのびっくりしたさ。熱海にはいるね本部。あやべえいないかも。いや司しロビックはもう配置してるんやこれに。ああ、それ配置してたんやさ。福栄戦術みたいな。映してたんやさ。してん。してね。今司一家候補からさ今ここ新潟方面新潟方面まだ痛い2000人びっくりだな本当に
Chinese people to build just one unicorn company, while in Estonia they are much more efficient. Only roughly 3,000 people you need to build one unicorn. So that's actually quite exceptional. So I think that we should all be more like Estonia, and that's something that we can definitely strive to here in Europe. So let's go out there and do things, and we'll end up with lots of new unicorns all over Europe.
For us in the European Roundtable, which gathers the 55 largest companies, most important companies in Europe, Europe's competitiveness is absolutely key. The world is changing. We see lesser of continued work for free trade, more protectionism growing in both East and West. And we as companies, we realize that we will not be long-term successful unless Europe is successful. And there are a few challenges that really stick out here. First, it's digitalization. The world is becoming digital through artificial intelligence and through the rollouts of 5G. This opens up for huge opportunities in every single part of society. But Europe is lagging behind here. We need to speed up there. We need to invest more, do more. Then we have the Green Deal. Europe is in the lead in this. And this is an area where we can take advantage of business opportunities. And it's important, of course, for the planet. So that's an area where we also have to come together. And then, of course, we are believers in free trade or free trade under green rules. And this is now a threat, and we need to stand up for it. But also, we need to be realistic and make sure that we navigate this new landscape in an effective way.
So I am a complete believer of public policy and the power that it can have in moving the market. I believe in strong states that can send the correct signals to markets to move in the direction we want. What states can do is actually to promote the good and tax the bad. And states are there to promote the greatest public good. I have experiences in many, many parts of the world where bold and clever public policy has actually ramped up industrial competitiveness and the growth of markets, in particular renewable energy markets. I can state the case of Latin America, of several Latin American countries, for example, in the case of Mexico, in the past few decades, bold policy in giving a clear vision as well as renewable energy targets and leaving the markets to
やっちまったか。やっちまったか。姉になったな。もう遅かったな。やっちまったんよね。イブカさんのご遺族たちが3号と皆さん福島県ね。やっぱ無理だもんね。安保闘争を支援してたから。やっぱりな、無理だよ。そこにいるとかあったら。そう。やっぱロマンしてた。知ってましたよ、豊田明夫社長たち。知ってましたね。やっぱりね、平和の集まり方の皆さん知ってましたよ。そう。やっぱりロマンしてた。イオンの岡田一個やめて。やっぱりロマンしてた。まあ、大変バーニングね。千葉だったもん排除してさあイオンが排除しまってやはり巨頭の世代だってビットロックウェラに巨頭の名前まあチャイルドないよね。まあロスチャイルドもいろいろあるんでな。チャイルドダイナスティっていうね。この二人で大勢 とけみんなさあとけジャニービーチしてねタッキービーチしてねタッキーしてねとけとけとけいう説の知ってたでこの通りで大きかね問題言ったから誰かなと思ったら吉田大輔かなと思ったんだけど揉めたからやっぱりさようね言った最後も負けたのグリーやってたんやさ俺も炎上してたよ俺も当時がグリーンも厳しかったらしいなナンバーと知ってましたよさ知ってましたよめっちゃ厳しかったよ日本の先生ね俺はヒデさんが勝利してさ知ってましたよさむちゃな専門家知ってたんだよ彼は一応出るからねもう終わったこんばん厚生労働省やって厚生労働省いっぱい食べてくれると嬉しい気持ちになるしほっとつ日本医師会テロ組織に指定者が覚えとけお前の最初壊しお前らビルダーバーグに戦争できるんか勝てるんか
So I am a complete believer of public policy and the power that
てるんか田中義彦覚えとけ
the market.
俺ビルダーバーグエグゼクティブメント紹介してさ
Send
だから話も知らんよメンバーズ
to
と
move in the direction we want.
知らないメンツや
What states can do is
やめて
actually to promote the good
誤解して
and
るの
tax the bad.
いやあの
And states are there to promote the
あの
greatest
王
public
様の証明
good.
私が見
I
る
have experiences in many parts of the
Asia,
world
no?
where bold
インドパシフィ
and
ック
clever public
HQ の
policy
な CEO
has
ってき
actually
た
ramped
私が
up industrial competitiveness and the growth of markets, in particular renewable energy markets. I can state the case of Latin America, of several Latin American countries, for example, in the case of Mexico, in the past few decades, bold policy in giving a clear vision as well as renewable energy targets and leaving the markets to set up the prices was and drove the lowest solar price for renewable energy in the world in 2017. You can count that example and many other examples where bold public policy has actually catalyzed an industrial revolution for the good. We are in a moment of a planetary emergency. We are both in a nature crisis as well as in a climate crisis. And if the states don't raise up their bar and put strong policies in place, it's going to be difficult that we get where we want to get. Businesses are waiting, progressive businesses are waiting, but if we don't have a common playing ground, it's going to be difficult for us to ramp up the mass of the businesses and non-state actors that are ready to act.
Well, on the one hand, the European Union is very well equipped. We have been doing quite a lot of trade agreements in the world the last years. In the European Union, the Commission negotiates on behalf of 28 member countries, which gives us a big strength. We just concluded agreements with Canada, with Japan, with Singapore, with Mexico, and others are in negotiations. But of course, with the changing climate, with countries not respecting WTO rules, countries going increasingly bilateral, there is a challenge there. So we are looking at how to reform our policies, of course, to be still able to do trade agreements, to strengthen the WTO and reform it with other like-minded countries, but also to protect ourselves against countries who are not playing according to the rules, and to make sure that the European the level playing field is respected. We have changed our trade defense mechanisms. We have implemented a coordination mechanism for investment screening, and we are looking at
やっぱりソニーだったか。
When will it all end? Brexit. I think the truth of the matter is that we will know with the general election on the 12th of December the time to complete the first chapter. Either Boris Johnson will win, in which case Britain will exit the European Union, or about the end of January 2020. Or alternatively, if there is a majority for the opposition parties combined, then there will be a second referendum in the middle of next year. But the trouble is neither of those outcomes is going to settle things definitively. Because the second referendum, it might well lead to a narrow vote to remain in the EU, but that would not end the division in the United Kingdom. And of course, if Mr Johnson wins his majority, then we've got to negotiate the new relationship on trade, on security, on foreign policy cooperation between the United Kingdom, which will remain a big European power, a major player in defence and security and economic terms. But it's going to be next door to the European Union. Those 27 countries are going to be my country's most important trading partner, our closest geographical democratic neighbours for as far ahead as I can possibly see. So working that through is going to take, I fear, a year, more than a year, I would estimate. And I think there's a real responsibility both on UK political leaders but also on EU political leaders to get this right. European democracy is under massive strain from Russian aggression, from dramatic economic change that is adding to public mistrust in the way in which we do business. So getting the geopolitics right, having a constructive future relationship between the UK and our neighbours in the EU27 is important for the whole of the European democratic community.
I don't think anyone wins in trade conflicts, and even the word war is, I think, a bit overstated because wars end up being zero-sum. One wins, one loses. And in the case of trade, it should be a win-win operation. So I think the analogy is mistaken, and by closing off your own markets, you increase costs to your own people. In the United States, about 50% of imports are for commodities or intermediate goods, so if you raise those costs, you raise costs for manufacturers and consumers in the United States, or same would be the case in Europe. And in the case of the US and China, I think that we're in a very dangerous situation. I think that there are many reasons and frustrations with China. Some of them are justifiable about forced technology transfer, intellectual property rights, reciprocity. There's also concerns about Chinese security and other policies. But I think you can find allies within China on a number of the trade issues, and you actually want to try to keep pushing both sides to a rules-based system. So I think that the path that we're on with China has led to more of confrontation. And in fact, what you're probably going to need to see is some combination of competition, cooperation, and confrontation, or at least drawing lines on some issues. So I think with a country as big as China, you need a more multifaceted policy.
That gamification and game-based learning indeed is the future of lifelong learning. I believe that because as we train the new generations of in the workforce, we know that we need to create materials that are a lot more engaging, that are a lot more useful, and that are going to have an impact in the way that they learn and in the way that they acquire the new skills that they need in order to remain competitive in the marketplace. What a better way to do that than through video games? As children, we learn through playing, and we believe that through gamification and through game-based learning, we can make learning fun again. not only for children, which we know is the best way to learn, but also from adults. If they play these video games, they will become more engaged, as I said earlier. They will also acquire that knowledge much more deeply, and they will be able to apply that knowledge in their daily jobs. And finally, by doing the video games through the simulators, they will be able to have experiential learning to get the feedback on what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, and learn from that.
Very clearly, I think the world is moving towards a circular economy. It's a necessity. When you look at water scarcity, when you look at waste pollution, everybody is now aware of that. If we want to make a conciliation between the planet for our children and economic development, we need to move towards a circular economy, and by education, by innovation, by a different way of doing business, both for citizens and also by companies, we will make this move which will help us collectively to have a planet great again. Thank you.
The future of entertainment in the 21st century is going to be shaped by the twin forces of globalization and digitalization, both of which are going to be terrific for consumers. Digitalization means that people will be able to consume entertainment wherever and whenever they want, and globalization means that that opportunity will be given to people around the globe. While there's some concern that large companies are going to dominate the future of the entertainment landscape, I actually have a different view, because I feel that digitalization is very empowering to creators. And when you think about a phenomenon like YouTube and user-generated consumption, these are powerful, powerful forces. Similarly, digitalization has allowed the falling of distribution barriers. So not only is production much easier, but the ability to distribute it to people is much easier. And we're really living in a golden age of entertainment with many more choices than we have. And that also means a greater democratization of ideas. And again, all of this is happening on a global scale, which is really enabled by digital technology.
I would say that the characteristics of a Nordic education system is that, first of all, we have a very inclusive system based on public funding where there should be a room for all. I think students are taught to think independently, a lot of critical thinking, and also quite a lot of creativity baked into education. I would especially commend the Finnish system where they put their best teachers for the youngest students, and they use a lot of resources in preschool and also first and third grade to ensure that the children are best possibly equipped for future learning. And I believe that that's the best investment you can make, is to invest in the kids when they're really young, so you lay the foundation for their future learning.
What is actually the biggest threat from cybersecurity for Europe? Of course, we can concentrate and focus on the security side, but I would take it a bit on the other side, that if we really go to focus too much on the security side, then it really would slow down our development. I think it is the biggest threat is that we lose competitiveness. And that is for me the whole part, because if we want to be leaders in innovation, we should also know innovation, it has two aspects. First, I think you must have a great idea, but you must be the first. So that means speed. And we must make sure that I think we have an ability to be innovative and to be the first and to have speed. So for me, that is the biggest threat of cybersecurity, to get a slowdown.
So are we suffering from eco-anxiety? The simple answer is yes, possibly too much. Eco-anxiety is definitely triggered by the fact that we are facing a very urgent matter with climate, but at the same time, it's also because we're facing something that is very complex. It's very difficult to understand the impact of climate change, and it's very difficult to understand the solutions to reach a low-carbon economy. So in the world of investment where I am, what I see is those who are actually acting every day to invest in climate change investments and low-carbon economy investments are actually less susceptible to eco-anxiety because they can see the result and the impact of what they do. But really what is needed to decrease this anxiety is more examples of impactful investment, change of behavior in society that would actually bring people to less anxiety.
I think we had been in a situation where U.S. and West European support for Ukraine was very well coordinated, and we were maintaining a consistent pressure on Russia to begin to negotiate seriously about ending its occupation of eastern Ukraine. Unfortunately, I think now the impeachment dynamics in the U.S. have really knocked U.S. policy off the table. We don't have the people, we don't have the engagement, we don't have the same focus. And as a result, I think that takes a lot of the pressure off of Russia to negotiate. I'm hopeful that as we have a Normandy format summit, possibly on December 9th, it may take a little bit longer, that can retain some of that negotiating dynamic. But I'm afraid that right now the situation is much more difficult for Ukraine than it should be.
What is the role of civil society in modern Russia? I would say it's a very important issue. Why? Because in Russia, political competition is limited, there are no real opposition parties, so the society stands up to the autocratic regime through organizing itself, through building trust, through providing public goods that a corrupt and inefficient state cannot provide. And it's not just protesting corruption, it's not just about asking for democracy and rule of law. Civil society today is working on helping the poor, helping the disadvantaged, fighting domestic violence, promoting gender equality, defending minorities. So this is actually where the European future for Russia is. And luckily, with the new communication technology, with internet, it's easier to organize itself, it's easier to inform itself, and it's easier to promote change, creating new Russia that eventually will become part of greater Europe.
At a time when 1,000 NATO troops are stationed at the border between Estonia and Russia to deter possible Russian aggression, when President Macron is speaking about what he calls cercle concentrique, when citizens in Moldova and Georgia are questioning whether Europe and the US will come to rescue if there is a security guarantee. And when sanctions against Russia and counter embargoes have become kind of the very essence of the idea of a European security policy, well, what can we expect from Russia? We know that Putin is actually more popular than most of his competitors. But will Medvedev be a different leader than Putin? In short, can we expect a different kind of trajectory from Russia in the coming years when the bureaucratic elite inside Russia is focusing more on digitalization than what some might call modernization? As always, the views on Russia are diverging.
Liberal democracy can survive the current period of disruption, but it's going to have to change. The volatility and the risks that we are witnessing across much of the Western world are anchored in some very deep changes that have been swirling beneath our democracies, that have been coming for many years and still have a long way to run. They relate to strong feelings of distrust in the political system, widespread fears over the perceived destruction of ways of life, national identity, big worries over deprivation, the way in which the economic settlement is playing out, and weakening bonds between the mainstream parties and ordinary voters. Those four currents have been with us for a very long time, before the Great Recession, before the arrival of Facebook and Twitter and big tech. But they are now producing very substantive political effects, and they will continue to produce substantive political effects. So liberal democracy has to change. It has to make its political systems more representative. It has to ensure that people feel that their nations and communities are secure and have strong and robust external borders. And it also, over the long term, needs to devise an economic settlement that ensures that everybody feels that they are relatively getting the gains and the benefits that other groups in society are getting as well. Very big challenges, no clear answer as to now. The ball is very much in liberal democracy's court.
So bringing trilateral to Slovenia means also bringing Slovenia to trilateral. And as you know, David Rockefeller Fellows had a pre-program. It is our pleasure that we connected them at the MCHAM breakfast with Slovenian Business Society. They were talking about the global issues and how connected the world is, with some local representatives and even some members of Trilateral. It is also our pleasure that the former Prime Minister, who is the current Minister for Foreign Affairs, Dr. Miro Cerar, had the time to meet with them and discuss where the Europe is today and where the Europe is going. And of course, we have finished our program with amazing lunch with Professor Dana Zohar.
No, liberal democracy will not survive in an unchanged form. It has not been changing enough to accommodate the vast, speedy development of the internet and of the communication technologies. And it has been changing too much, given the rather static nature of men.
party and the drama in the country at large. I do not think it is certain that the British will leave the European Union.
Protectionism is never a good solution for trade, because in the long run it will endanger the competitiveness of everyone. The European car industry, whether you talk about OEMs or whether you talk about such suppliers, is very competitive, is export-oriented, is very successful on world markets, but most of the companies are not only delivering cars to other parts of the world, they are also producing cars in those parts of the world, whether it's in the United States, whether it's in China, whether it's Southeast Asia, where they have a lot of success. That means in the long run, free trade is always the better solution for economy and for the countries which want to safeguard jobs and prosperity.
A quantum leader is a new paradigm leader who realizes that the world is holistic. All things, all people, all problems are interconnected. There are no others. There is no separation. I am you, you are me. Thus, a quantum leader would say the problem of inequality very differently, or the problem of identity very differently, because we are not separate, atomistic, isolated individuals, and our problems are not separate, isolated, and animistic. A quantum leader is ethical, is moral, has compassion. A quantum leader is self-aware. A quantum leader celebrates diversity. A quantum leader asks fundamental questions, always questioning him or herself, questioning assumptions, questioning the way things have been done, questioning the norm. Someone who lives at the edge of chaos, who shakes things up, who thrives on uncertainty, who thrives on chaos. A quantum leader is filled with compassion, and a quantum leader feels called to lead, called to serve. There's a sense of purpose, a sense of higher meaning in his or her leadership. A quantum leader is a servant leader. He exists to serve others and to serve the world. Indeed, to serve the universe.
Well, there's no simple answer to the issue of asymmetric attacks on democracies. The point being that you can disrupt elections in democratic elections in a democratic country. It's rather difficult to do it in authoritarian regimes. You don't have genuine elections, and what are you going to do when you are attacked? I think we need a broad range of responses, beginning with looking at our electoral systems to ensure that they are proportional, so you don't have the kind of issues you had in the U.S. presidential elections, where because of the electoral college system, some states had far more weight. I think we need to look at the kind of electoral systems we have and make sure that we get a broad representation rather than a simple binary decision of first past the post election system. We need to think about our asymmetric advantages. We have rule of law. That's pretty important. And
it's interesting. The authoritarian regimes all place their money abroad in places where there is rule of law. Why? Because in an authoritarian regime, you can just lose everything all at once. Someone takes your money. Whereas if it's in the West, or rather in a rule of law country, then that's unlikely. Well, maybe we can make it more difficult to keep your money here, or we can be much more we definitely should be much more transparent about ownership. After all, much of the money laundering that we've seen from the authoritarian states that are attacking us goes through anonymous shell companies. These are again issues that need to be taken up by government authorities in order ultimately to defend democracy.
Silicon Valley provides a unique ecosystem, basically in some sense a network of having a very strong university that's very applied, that is all about working with the real world, doing basic research and then trying to put that basic research into the society. An important thing, I think, is also that it's a social network of sharing. Is that basically in California there is no non-compete, so people move around freely, and this means that the flow of innovation is much faster. The other important thing is the size, the critical mass, again, of very large amounts of talent, so that companies can be scaled up very quickly. For example, in my own experience, I started working with Pinterest when there was less than 200 of us. 3 years later, there is a few thousand of us. And the company culture and everything was lost, and the new people got hired. And then I think the last thing is that universities, as well as kind of companies, focus less on protecting their IP and really trying to move as fast as possible. Because if you think about innovation is about moving fast, and it's not so much about building walls and figuring out how to do the next step very carefully. It's really about running and iterating fast. And if we run and iterate fast, then the success will be there, and kind of little needles don't matter that much. And I think this is important from the viewpoint of university, letting the research be put in the public domain and really benefit the environments in which the university's professors operate, as well as in terms of companies sharing the information and flow of people with each other. So there is, for example, in Silicon Valley, a lot of different seminars, people from one company visiting the other company, sharing quite openly actually what they are doing, writing academic papers, again talking about their latest solutions, so that we are all up to date, and the entire system can kind of help each other in terms of making the most innovation and the most progress in the short amount of time. Because I think the question is not can we innovate, but the question is, or can we invent something, but the question about innovation is, can we be the first ones to do something? So it's as much about the speed as it is about the substance.
We had a really good discussion today. Reviving the European dream is what we really want. The next year will be the election for the European Union, for the Parliament of the European Union, and it is really important that there will be a strong mandate. One of the challenges we are facing at the moment is still the migration crisis, and also the priority of the Austrian presidency is security and the fight against illegal migration. So we had a good discussion today on all these topics, and of course there are different opinions on this. But in general, we are always on the same line. We want to have a solution for the European Union and for Europe. Safe external borders and legal migration, because Europe will need it in the end. But people still have in front of their eyes the migration flood in 2015, and therefore it is really important to have a good solution, and a solution which will be implemented in all the countries of the European Union to have a resilient European asylum system.
今が辻井だね。いや、俺めでそう、俺めで前々から雑。あれね、焦ってびっくりした俺も。今これ巡査部長から聞いて。
Migration is currently one of the key issues
見た？
of European citizens, and my view is that it will remain so, especially because migration is here to stay, and it will probably increase in numbers and complexity. Because of the political consequences of wars, the terrorism, but also because of the climate change. I think, in my view, migration is needed in Europe. I think it's something that we can benefit from, and I think that we need to change the narrative on this. First and foremost, us as politicians. Actually, the demographic of Europe says that migration is something that we will need in the future in order to maintain and grow our economic development, the quality of life. And I think that we should also go back to the European shared values and the human values that are, I think, the foundation stone of Europe, so that together we can change, as I said, the narrative and help these people, but also help ourselves grow and develop further. Thank you.
Turkey belongs to European family, you know. There is no way that Turkey can distance itself
もし俺がね、さあね、
from
もし深さ横に手に来たら、もうすぐ深さにカバーを、もうよく使うな。俺が深さ。
confrontation,
言うてよ。もう言うてよ。
membership of Turkey to the EU.
言うてよ。
In these three scenarios,
俺が深さ横のブランドいいから使わないよ、この。もう使
but I would say that confrontation between Turkey and the EU is a complete lose-lose scenario. And if it is only cooperation instead of membership of Turkey to the EU, this will be some sort of limited cooperation, and it will be a scenario in which both Turkey and the EU will not be able to enjoy the full potential. In economics, we say, you know, this is not cost-effective, but when it comes to EU membership, I would say that this will mean full use of potential of Turkey and the EU together. This means a stronger,
こんなね。藤川、出ました。あなた神かな。そう、思った。そう。
in the world scene.
そうかな。あの子のびっくりしたわ。14番のターゲットさ。びっくりした、本当に。なんかさ、まさか。
So I would say that in this case, membership case, the outcome would be win-win-win.
やっぱ。
For Turkey, win for the EU, but also win for the
お前。 問題言ったか。やったく。ちょいもね。
You will have to define what you mean by Europe, the European Union having its own army. I do not think Europe needs its own army for what I would qualify as the classical Article 5 NATO scenario. In other words, in a conflict with Russia. But
残念な秋田情報はね、彼、元からね、タイや田中昭彦、失格クーデターの協力者です。協力者やね。誰が失格せって言って、俺で対したいのに、いや、そんなね、大塚。で、この絵でさ、マリーってこれはね、井上のことじゃなくて、そう、伊沢のことだ。
virtual but not impossible when in the Balkans the demons of the past would raise again. And we should not repeat a situation like we had in the 90s of the previous century, where finally Bill Clinton and the United States of America had to come in to stabilize the situation. I could think about the need for border protection, external border protection, with military means. You're a bit on the border here between the military and the military police, the gendarmerie in French. In other words, if that is meant by President Macron and Chancellor Merkel with the European army, I can follow them. What we should not forget, by the way, is when you talk about European military intervention, that's why I like
ヒデさんびっくりしたな
is that there will always be national parliaments who will decide if those soldiers will be sent into harm's way. So they will not, I hope, talk about a European command and a European parliament which decides this goes to the heart of the sovereignty of nations, and those nations will want to decide themselves. I see the way out. As presented by President Macron, France, the European Intervention Initiative, where you can build coalitions of the willing outside the EU institutions. You can build coalitions of the willing, which you will always need for such kind of military operations. The advantage of a coalition of the willing is that after Brexit, you can keep Great Britain on board, because they will not anymore be at the same time, PESCO, the Permanent Structures Cooperation, is a new important project, but rather bureaucratic and rather cumbersome. So that would be my answer to the question, does Europe need its own army?
やっぱ田辺と渡辺がやっぱりな政治君会してるでしょ。皆さんポケモンでそんなわけあるか東宝は監修してるから何のいいですね攻撃に全部引き継いでるからそんなないでオースターバーグ俺がもしプリキュアでなやったら PMC、PSG 聞いてな攻めるわ俺通常兵器で倒せる意外と横浜中華街やってみたあそこでようプリキュアの舞台やってやって勝てるって勝てるって勝てるって
together. And this, in my view, should be also kept in mind by countries here and there where governments play with the idea of perhaps leaving one day the EU or the Eurozone. They better keep in mind that it is tremendously difficult. If it has been, it is proving to be so difficult for a country understanding the experience, the administration of the quality of the UK. I don't want to imagine other specific examples of countries where the politicians sometimes say, let's get rid of the EU. Not only I have no idea where those countries would end up, but also they would suffer very, very much in the process.
Does the European Union need its own army? Well, here's what I think. The vision of a European army is actually a useful vision because it is good to know what the long-term goal might be. But is the European army something we can put together right now? No. And why not? First and foremost, because the European Union does not even have the mechanism to come up with clear political decisions and to speak with one voice in crisis. So the first step which we in the European Union need to take together is to change our decision-making process. We need to go from consensus to qualified majority voting. We need to learn that all of us, whether we are 27 or 28, will only be listened to, will only be respected, and can only be a military actor in the world if we speak with one voice. And that requires majority voting. So that's step number one. And the next steps are capabilities, and we will need to work on that also. And then we can think of the long-term vision of a European army.
When one thinks about the 2015 migration crisis, it is true that we have gone a long way as a European continent. And we've gone a long way because in 2015 we were hit with a massive crisis. Hundreds of thousands of migrants coming to Europe's shores. And that is not the case anymore. It is true that the overall numbers have decreased. But is that enough? Is it enough to just look at the overall numbers? Or should one also focus on what's happening within each EU country? And I say that because there are certain EU countries, such as Greece, such as Italy, such as Spain, which have taken a far greater hit than others when it comes to migration crisis. And yes, the numbers are overall down, but problems do persist in countries like the ones I just mentioned. So the question one needs to ask is, has Europe done enough in order to alleviate the effects of the crisis throughout the entire EU 28? Has Europe done enough in order to share burdens? And I say that particularly because when one looks at the figures regarding relocation of refugees across Europe, then one will realize that not enough has been done in that direction. And so one is led to the question, what kind of Europe do we want? Do we want a Europe where we all share the benefits of Europe, or do we also want a Europe where countries also share burdens?
What can we do in order for democracy to survive? So I would like that to be
suffering, meaning, and responsibility. And the case for suffering, I think, is quite obvious, because one of the things that I point out to my listeners is that life has a tragic element. We all are aware of that. And that we're subject to that as fragile and finite creatures. And that that tragic element is amplified by the human proclivity for malevolence at a psychological level and at a social level. And that's the reality that we find ourselves confronted with eternally in some sense. And that the proper antidote to that is not the pursuit of happiness. And it's not even the existence of the individual rights that are part of the substructure of democratic society, but the willingness to accept voluntary responsibility for those preconditions and then working to rectify them. And the corollary of that is that it's almost inevitably the case that people find the meaning that sustains themselves through suffering and that enables them to be motivated sufficiently to constrain their own malevolence is to be found in the adoption of responsibility. And it's surprising that a message that has that much weight, let's say, and that little frivolity, because there's no frivolity, let's say, in that, silences people. Can democracy survive? Well, first of all, if you ask the typical person in a democratic society whether they would like it to survive, the resounding answer to that is going to be yes. The people who are working to undermine it are a tiny radical fringe on both ends of the political distribution, let's say, with a disproportionate amount of exposure and power. And the people in the middle are lost in some sense without a uniting narrative. And a huge part of the narrative that has united democratic countries since their foundation isn't the doctrine of rights. And it's not the doctrine of individual happiness. It's the doctrine that the individual is the sovereign foundation of the polity and maybe of the cosmos itself, which is something that I happen to believe, given the important role that consciousness plays in existence itself, and that it's useful and necessary to call to people to remind them of their responsibility as sovereign individuals. And so I'm encouraging people to develop a vision for their life, to adopt full responsibility for themselves in a manner, and not in a manner that pertains specifically to their narrow self-interest or happiness, but to something that's much broader in scope, to think that each person should take on the voluntary requirement to take care of themselves, but also their future selves, because each of us is a collective that stretches across time, and whatever you do impulsively in the present merely means that you sacrifice yourself in the future, and that's not a sustainable or intelligent solution. And you want to take on responsibility for yourself and your future selves in a way that's of maximal benefit to your family, if you can manage that. And then perhaps if there's something left over in terms of your capability, then you can do both of those things in a way that maximally supports and serves the community. And for many young people, that's something they've never heard. Is that we've made a very bad case all of us, I would say, that each of these people, each person has that sovereign responsibility, and that if they adopt it, that actually constitutes something of singular importance. And that's an old religious idea in some sense. Each person has a soul, let's say, that is somehow a center of reality itself, and that needs to be manifested in life itself, and that if it isn't manifested, then something of tremendous value is not brought forward
Well, now it is the end of the Ljubljana meeting, which was a great meeting. We have had excellent discussions, we have learned a lot, and we have thought a lot. And now I hope to see you in Paris next June. It will be a plenary session, and all of us, we shall be there. So please do come to Paris.
So this morning we had a session on the future of mobility, and we actually discussed what does it mean for the auto industry and what does it mean for the cities. If you look at the auto industry, there has never been as much change as there is today. On the technology side, with connectivity, electrification, autonomous driving, on the social domain, with sharing, more urbanization and new ways of working, and also on the regulation side, where it's about emission control and standards, and also on regulation for managing congestions in the city. So we actually covered that. We also talked about what does it actually mean for the cities? How will actually the traffic evolve if you have more AVs and individual mobility through AVs? What would be levers to actually work on getting a mitigation on traffic, and basically how to deal with heightened traffic from autonomous vehicles? What would be the impact of actually sharing more cars, of basically having smaller or basically bus-based autonomous vehicles? And actually, how would you deal with vacancy-based pricing? How would you actually work as a city to make the whole modal mix work, and in the end get to a better transportation for the whole city?
We had a conversation yesterday in the dinner with Nigel Higgins on, I would say, the crisis, the causes of the great financial crisis, and whether or not we are in a situation where we could expect new major difficulty, taking into account what we have done since the crisis that erupted in 2007-2008. I have to say that the questions which were asked by Nigel were very, very stimulating. I could embark on explaining that, in my opinion, it was very much a multi-dimensional causes that we had to cope with. We had certainly the over-indebtedness that had accumulated from year 2000 up to 2007-2008. Approximately 25% of the global GDP as an additional public and private debt outstanding. That was a major cause. Another cause was the new emerging properties of the new global finance system, with the impact of technology, new IT technologies, and globalization. And amongst the properties, the emerging properties that I could witness myself when I was president of the ECB in 07, 08, 09, 10, 11, was that the contagion was taking place extraordinarily rapidly. You know, in the old times, you would expect that a major shock here would be transmitted to the rest of the world as a matter of months or even quarters. In the new world in which we are, it's a matter of half days. And we could experience that in 08, dramatically, obviously, with the collapse of Lehman Brothers. And we have other causes that are also important, because, as I said, it's multi-dimensional. But I stress that those the two causes that I mentioned just now, namely these emerging properties and the rapidity of contagion on the one hand, and the debt overburdening the global economy, are still there. And we, particularly as regards the level of the debt outstanding public and private as a proportion of global GDP, we continue to have piling up
バーニングライスの最初がビルダーバーグと打倒のためのテロ組織やってるよ。
before the crisis. And this is worrying, and it calls for extreme
Vale.
vigilance, obviously,
Bueno,
and hard work to complete all what we have done and should do, again, to prevent the new crisis. And if we have new shocks that are very difficult to predict, to prove resilience in the new environment which we will have to accept, because we have a recession in the US and in Europe, or because we have geostrategic events that would be very, very shocking at the global level, or for any other reason. That's what we discussed.
Stabilize our neighborship, to stabilize Africa together with other countries. Africa is one of the major challenges. And of course, to make our European values as attractive as possible in the global competition, which order is the better one.
それはテロリストを排除して
Some people wonder why best practices in government haven't spread faster amongst the democracies. When you see, for example, that New Zealand has solved the problem of public finance, why doesn't everybody copy it? Why doesn't everybody copy the way that the South Koreans teach their kids mathematics? Why doesn't everybody copy the way the Swiss decentralize their politics? And I think part of the answer is that we don't really spend nearly enough time looking at what is best practice. I live in the United States, though I grew up in the United Kingdom. One hardly ever hears a reference to other countries' systems in the US debate on healthcare, except when somebody is making a completely caricatured analysis of the way, say, Canada does things. So I think part of what we need to do is stress the need to look at best practice so that politicians and voters become more aware that there are solutions to most of the public policy problems. We just haven't tried them in many countries. On the other hand, I think there's one other side to this that one shouldn't forget. Sometimes you'll meet people who will tell you, well, the Scandinavians have worked everything out, and Sweden or Finland or Denmark has come up with the perfect solution to policy problems. That's often an argument people make on the left in the United States. But I don't think the solutions that the Swedes came up with in recent decades necessarily would work in a country as large and diverse as the United States. So let's look at best practice. Let's understand what systems deliver the best results. But let's not pretend that one size is going to fit all. Part of the reason for the success of Western civilization, which is where democracy began, with the diversity of systems and the competition between them.
I recently read that information is now the world's most consequential and contested geopolitical resource. I think that's right. Global internet penetration has revolutionized the information domain. And information operations, which aren't new, are dramatically expanding in scale and scope. This is a new challenge for media organizations, which are already facing a business model crisis and declining trust. Meanwhile, AI advances confer strategic advantage to those with access to lots of data. This has implications for privacy, but also for the information advantage that democracies have traditionally enjoyed.
Well, does diplomacy, European diplomacy exist? It's not an easy question, and the answer is yes or no. Yes, some messages for Europe, but I would say certainly not on the most fundamental issues of foreign policy, because the members of the European Union are, many of them, very old nation states, that they have their own foreign policy, defense, security apparatus, and so forth and so on. And I cannot imagine the French diplomacy just to be second to the European diplomacy, and the same with the UK, as long as the UK is in the EU, or the German diplomacy, and I could continue the list. So, in my judgment, the best merit of the EU diplomacy is first to perhaps reduce as much as possible the differences between the various diplomacies of the member states. And this, as much as such, is not so bad. And also, a diplomacy can deal with some relatively secondary issues, such as, for instance, I think the Timor case in Indonesia, that is issues which are not at the forefront of national diplomacies, but which nevertheless can have some importance. So, to conclude, I would say that the real European diplomacy will exist only the day when the Europeans have a clear understanding of what they want to achieve, what is the identity of the European Union still to be built, because diplomacy, like defense, has to do with the protecting the identity of a political unit. And I think we have not yet reached the stage when we are able to answer this question: what is our identity, and what is it exactly that we want to protect?
Rising power, this Thucydides wrote about Athens, threatens to displace a ruling power like Sparta, or in the current situation, a rising China threatens to displace a ruling U.S. Along those who sound great danger ahead, significant likelihood of war, real bloody war.
China's rise will change the international configuration from the unipolar to bipolar, and also possibly make the world order and different from before. But it doesn't mean that the China's rise is the only factor to change the current international order. And actually, the Trump administration's policy is more challenging than China's rise to the current international order. Because China's policy tries to maintain the order, the reason is very obvious. China benefits from the present order, and meanwhile, the Trump administration believes and China benefits more from the current order than the United States. That's why they want to change the order, and based on the ideology of anti-establishmentism. So from my understanding, if we're talking about what the ideology and challenging the current international order or the liberalist order is the anti-establishmentism in the US and the populism in the Europe.
I think in economic terms, it's already shaping up to be the Chinese century. By 2014, according to the IMF, China was the world's largest economy, by purchasing power parity, and in other respects, China is already the world's largest manufacturer, the world's largest exporter, the world's largest market for a great many important commodities such as vehicles. The question is whether that economic power translates into political power and strategic power, because I think most people would agree, probably even in Beijing, that America remains the world's dominant political power. And the question is, will that economic mismatch between economic power and strategic power change, and China will become the dominant power, not just economically, but politically? It's too soon to tell that, however, on that, because there are a lot of different variables. Will there be a direct conflict between China and the US, for example, over dominance of the Pacific? Will China perhaps be constrained by other things? Maybe there'll be internal disruption to China's politics if it cannot manage to, for example, maintain the current political stability. That could disrupt China's political rise. And finally, there's the question of the rest of the world, because between them, China and the US are not the whole world economy. Other major powers will have a say in this. And at the moment, it looks like most of the other major powers of the world, Japan, the European Union, are closer to the United States than to China. So there's a question whether China, even as the world's largest economy, can become the dominant political power without allies.
I think economic growth, the success or failure of it, will be determined by the degree to which individual countries and regions can supply jobs for the great emerging middle classes of these countries, formerly poor countries. I think what we're likely to see in the 21st century is many people who are either liberated from hard labor, or for whom there is too little hard labor to provide jobs. And what will these people do? How will they be employed? And I think that will be a major factor contributing forward. Also, even though the world population is declining, we're still in an era of massive male youth bulges in about 20 or 30 countries. And there's going to be a lot of pressure to provide jobs for people, whether it's in China, in Yemen, it's in Ethiopia, or wherever.
The main question of my talk is if robotics and artificial intelligence and the upcoming industrial revolution are a threat or an opportunity for the world and for manufacturing countries and also for developing countries. And the answer is still unknown, but what is sure now is that we have to invest in the main assets that are characterizing the industrial revolution, the digital transformation, competences, infrastructures, data centers, and all the tools that are fundamental and are considered enabling technologies for the future digital transformation. I also presented the differences between the US, Europe, and China, how they are integrating artificial intelligence into different knowledge and competences and scientific results. For example, in the US, they are investing very much in developing artificial intelligence for humanities, while in China they are investing in developing artificial intelligence for agriculture application, for producing food, for example. So globalization has obtained some results in terms of being socially connected, but in terms of geopolitics we still see many differences also in how the digital transformation is implemented in the society. Then I spoke about
robotics and how the journey of robotics is coming into us, because robotics was developed for manufacturing countries for industrial production, and robots are in manufacturing plants. But in recent years, what we have seen is the development of service robotics, which is intended to support services and the offer of services in terms of medical robotics, social robotics, educational robotics. And now what is happening is that robotics is coming into our houses by producing some consumer products and also producing changes in the society in some of supporting autonomous drive or different products that are revolutionizing business and revolutionizing our
そういう
lives.
恨んでたんだ。それ俺拉致して小さくしたからコナンみたいに。テロリスト死ねよお前。覚悟しろお前。バーニングブローしてお前ねオキュペーションやるぞ。いやいいかお前のところにオキュペーションするぞ。対テロ戦争やよ。どうやって非暴力闘争するんや。当たり前。当たり前。
eradicating hunger, having every child in primary and secondary education. We're off track to achieve these things. And that means not just a few people left behind, it means literally hundreds of millions of people missing out. Take education, more than 250 million children, adolescents, and youth not in school as we speak. How can those children and youth of the future really contribute to a knowledge economy, denied the most basic access to education? So it is time for international community to get a grip on the reality of what is happening. If we want a world that is well fed, where people don't live in extreme poverty, where education is a right privilege, international assistance is critical to the lowest income countries. For other countries to be prioritising budget so that their growth is inclusive and sustainable is critical. There are solutions. What's needed is the political will to activate those solutions.
There are more than 70 million people in the world that are forcibly displaced from their homes, either as refugees crossing borders or displaced in their own country because of war, violence, discrimination, persecution, bad governance. Why is that? The world has become a difficult place where to make peace. We have become unable to make peace and to build peace. So that's the first thing that we need to look at if we want to reduce this global refugee crisis. Meanwhile, what is very important to remember is that 85% of those 70 million people are not in the rich world. They are in poor countries or middle-income countries. So the effort, and the new effort, not just humanitarian, but medium, long-term effort, founded on sound development, both for refugees and for host communities, has to focus on those countries. We have now a global compact on refugees. We will have the first ever global refugee forum in December this year in Geneva. These are opportunity to rally broader coalitions of actors, not just states and the United Nations, but also the private sector, the business community, civil society, academia, to forge new ways to respond to the global refugee crisis and to finally address strategically its root causes.
あれやろ、ストイコこの2つに分かれて4位までの競合してたそれが4月の競合化して伝わってる
The question that you're raising with Syria find a long-lasting peace.
それであのちゃプランニング決定がね3曲やっぱりお前ねやろうとしてたんじゃない田中キーコお前はい実施せ
Now, how to do it is where the challenge is coming. And the only way to do it is actually to end the military conflict because there is no
お前アメリカのサイトを荒らしたいぞ
There will never be just a military solution. New constitution, elections under UN supervision. That would be a way to include it.
Well, I'm delighted to be able tonight to address the members of the trilaterals and their guests. And I think my focus will be tonight on three things. One is, first, multilateralism has been the bread and butter of many of us, certainly at the IMF, and we believe that it has been critical in order to address many of the potential disorders of the world. Multilateralism is under threat at the moment, and I think that we have to make every effort to rejuvenate it, adapt it, and make sure that it continues to help govern, particularly the economic development around the world. That's message number one. My second message will have to do with the much more longer-term consequences of short-term policies and mechanisms, and that is really the consequences of climate change. I believe that many of the issues that we're debating at the moment will mean absolutely nothing in 20 years' time if we have not acted now in order to make sure that the planet remains something that is hospitable for our children and grandchildren. And my third message, which will not surprise any of those who know me or my friends, will have to do with inequality, and in particular the inequality that women have to suffer and have had to suffer for a long time. And while inequality as such is a major disruption, I believe that by addressing women's situation and the inequality that they face, it will help quite a way in reducing inequalities. So we'll try to do that tonight.
We're living through an era of rapid and disruptive change. That's across the board, economy, society, and what we're seeing is that nowhere is that disruption more evident than the trends associated with climate change. We're all familiar with the extreme events, the temperature rises, and the inexorable change that we're seeing to the planet's ecology as a result of climate change. But the major part of that discussion is how does energy transition and decarbonization of our energy system, which accounts for about 2/3 of carbon emissions, how will that impact climate change, and can we enter an energy transition era rapidly enough to mitigate carbon that will take us to a safe future? This is already happening. Renewable energy today is cost competitive on the grid. In a few years, renewable energy has reached 33% of the capacity of global power generation. It's the fastest growing segment, and costs are decreasing rapidly. So what we're going to see is a rapid movement towards energy transition that's also going to be disruptive for the business models of today. It's going to imply new geostrategic relationships among countries as countries move away from resource-dependent fossil fuel-based systems into clean energy systems, and the resource is going to become technology, and technology innovation is going to decide the winners and losers in this race.
The low carbon economy should come because to avoid the climate change, serious effort is necessary. Many of the governments are trying the new technologies, new regulations, new rules to move to that direction. But the IEA, International Energy Agency, assess the current effort is not enough. We need a much more effort to introduce new technologies about renewables or carbon-related technologies, efficiency in a difficult sector, in the industry, and new regulations. So we need really double or triple our effort to make it happen. One of the areas which IEA focused on is hydrogen. Hydrogen can be used to store the electricity generated by wind or solar, which is very volatile, and storage is the key element. So battery may not necessarily be enough, so hydrogen can be used. And also hydrogen can be used for steel, cement, some of the industries where the decarbonization is very difficult. So that's another area. The third one will be the hydrogen could be the new transformation for the sectors of the oil or gas producing country. If they can remove carbon dioxide from oil or gas or coal, then these hydrocarbon change into the very friendly, climate-friendly resources. So this may prevent the hydrocarbon as a stranded asset. So maybe the hydrogen is one of the key area. We need lots of infrastructure building, technologies are necessary, but hydrogen may give us a good chance to achieve the sustainable future.
The challenge of dealing with a disinformation narrative is that it's not enough just to check the facts, because by definition, any disinformation narrative doesn't have good facts. They make their facts up. They're actually lying. This is why it's disinformation. So the challenge with disinformation actors is that the thing they have in common is they're really good storytellers. They tell a story that people want to believe. A lot of the time they will appeal to anger, they'll appeal to fear, they'll appeal to hatred, and they will try and stop people thinking. They'll try and get people so angry they switch off their critical faculty. That means that for those of us who want to challenge these narratives on a daily basis, it's a much more important challenge than just presenting facts. You have to have the ability to tell the story, and you have to find a narrative which will actually, unfortunately, there is a model of story which works. If you think of the detective story, that's a story where you're putting together evidence and you're telling people this is what happened, this is why it happened, and it appeals to a different sort of emotion. It appeals to curiosity. It appeals to problem solving. And so a lot of the challenge of dealing with disinformation is presenting the story of how the disinformation was created, how was the trick done, and you can lead people on the story and you can show them this person is telling you that here is a video of somebody attacking a voter at a polling station yesterday, but actually look, this video showed up on CNN 4 years ago in a different context. You can share that voyage of discovery with the person you're talking with, and then they will realize how the trick was done, but it will also sensitize them that the next time around they'll be looking for that same trick. If you teach people very simple skills like searching for a photo online or searching for a video online, you can actually make them reused content, repackaged content, not just today, but every time this kind of thing comes up. And so really dealing with disinformation, you have to have the facts, but you have to teach the skills as well. You have to give people the ability to solve the problems for themselves, because then you'll be appealing to their curiosity, you'll be appealing to their problem-solving senses, and you'll be appealing to their sense of pride in actually exposing the story in the first place. And those are the kind of emotions which will then counter the anger and the fear and the hatred that disinformation actors try to target.
Cities are one of the greatest innovations of all times, and what's interesting right now is that urbanization is, alongside with digitalization, very, very strong economic force and force for innovation. As more and more people move into cities and metro areas, and urban areas were important during the industrial era, but they are increasingly important in a knowledge-based economy. And what's interesting, especially for a person like me who comes from a small city like Stockholm, is that there seems to be room for outside the megacities as well, there are some really interesting drivers of innovation that are smaller or mid-sized cities, amongst which Stockholm is actually one, but there are a number of examples. And what is important if a city wants to become an outlier or a hub for innovation is collaboration. If you look at urban innovation especially, you need to have strong public-private partnership. The mayor needs to gather people from private sector, from academia and other stakeholders around the table and work together to solve problems. And I think we see that to a quite large extent right now, and I hope we'll see more of it going forward.
So we had, I have to say, a meeting, a global meeting with three North American, Asian Pacific and European members of the Trilateral Commission, which was very, very multidimensional, if I may. Multidimensional in the great tradition of the Trilateral Commission by the, I would say, experiences of the members, by the sensitivities of the members, by the fact that it was, of course, a partisan, multi-sensitivities meeting, also because the issues that we addressed were very, very multidimensional. In all respect, we addressed issues that were
2014年にアンジェリーナ・ジョリーさん来たやろさあアンジェリーナ・ジョリーさん来たよ最後通帳来たよあれだからこうやって日本全土を盗聴するって言ったやろ盗聴するって言ったやろ俺を伝えにあれが来たよあれ俺お前らの信用してんって言うんだよ厳しい方やろ性格見たら当然アンジェリーナ・ジョリーさんびっくりしましたねあの子で皆さん口を開けるすいませんねブラッドピットすいませんなこの方はねレッティンガーの直系です今レッティンガーの遺産の人ポーランド制度のグレートブリテン制ちょっと交渉中みたいですよ出たんですよ出たんよ
Let me mention that the trilateral is called trilateral because there is not only the new hemisphere, the US, Mexico, Canada, but also Europe and also Asia. And of course, the whole of Asia at a global level is more and more important. As regards new dimension for the Trilateral Commission, not only we confirmed our own values, democratic values, rule of law, human rights, and all what goes with a democratic society, but we also reinforce and confirmed our values as regards multilateralism, international cooperation, in the best sense of the term. We also said that we would like to be more transparent than we were before at the level of the trilateral as a whole, with new initiatives that we took, in particular the idea of having the display of video to sum up some of the issues that we would have addressed, and also with the idea of making known at the level of the Trilateral Commission all publications, articles, interventions, books that would be displayed or published by the members of the Trilateral Commission. All this, of course, as part of transparency and also as part of being more influential we also have
だから琵琶湖会議やってるじゃないですかやっぱビルダーバーグ戦争する前提やってあ藤井にね法律してもだよそうなそう2月大丈夫ですビルダーバーグにサイバー戦争をする気やってる
Sullivan. I am the new chair of the North America group of the Trilateral Commission. I wanted to take this opportunity to say a few words about the Commission and about our future. As you may know, the Trilateral Commission is a storied institution, an organization with 46 years of history. History of having an impact on big ideas, on bringing people together across different sectors and across 3 different geographies, that of North America, Europe, and Asia. But we are on the cusp of a new chapter, one that builds on that history, but really reorients ourselves and puts us in a position to make an impact in a very, very different world. And the reason why I have such confidence that the Commission can remake itself is because there is a need, and the Commission is well suited to meet that need. And that need is quite simply that in this day and age, in these political landscapes, the need is simply for more organizations, more individuals, more entities to take up the mantle of defending a rules-based order, an order that values democratic principles, ideas like free trade and human rights. And we also have a need for more ideas to help us tackle new challenges, or certainly challenges that are new to this generation. And there are many reasons why I think the Trilateral Organization is so well poised to meet this need. First and foremost, we are an organization that at its heart is a community of countries that share a common set of values, that share institutions,
だって見なさいよ経歴
about the rule of law.
知ってましたさめっちゃ認可してるってびっくりしてましたさ財団法人とさ NGO さんさいろいろ認定してすごいよむっちゃ発展しててさ60周年迎えてびっくりしたよ結成して60本当びっくりしたすごいですよ本当にどうしますよ本当にだってあっちでどうしようかごめんこいつらに戦争しただって宮内庁サイトさ裁判食らったんだよ暗局だって分かって見に行ってたよ最初から勝てるの君だってサイバーやってる時点で勝てるのかだから三上サイトお前藤井裕二だと集めてなんかやってたやろビルダーバーグと戦争するような会議やってやろ戦争前提いやおったね最初から最初みたいに感じて工作員として怒られてもうおかしいあれ態度びっくりなんかおかしいと思って井上前の顔びっくりやクライスアクターであいつあれ政権女だと歌わったああ戦争するこれやったの分かった田中フィーバーすごいわお前らテロやってるんだこれ遅い
That will still be true, but today we need to think about having an impact on the broader debate. We no longer live in a world where governments are the only ones that can influence the future. In fact, increasingly, we have to think about other entities as being the real engines of change, and be that corporations or universities or even individuals. We need to think about how to shape the conversation, how to bring those groups in, to have investment in and commitment to solutions, and we need to move ahead whether or not we're able to get our governments to agree with our prescriptions and recommendations. So in short, it's a really exciting time to be part of the Trilateral.
今サイバーやったよね勝てるかお前ダメだよね申し訳ないね 教えけんやあらまあもう俺だ
I'm deeply honored to be the new chair of the North America group, and I look forward to working with all our members and my colleagues from other regions to realize this vision.
遅かったな。遅かったな。レーダーな大和工業残念ながらお前ら圧力かけろ。宮内庁のサイト荒らされたんや。宮内庁のサイト荒らされたんや。当然よ。荒らされてる時点悪い。そんなもんや。すごい子、覚悟しろ。お前裁判やってんぞ今。残念ながらビルダーバーグサイト熱いよね。久保君。ご苦労さんはね、久保田健一郎さん。うん。JI の2代目理事長、ご苦労様でした。